Okay, okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our city council. I'm going to call the city council to order for May the 16th, 2023. And Madam Clerk, roll call and posting of the agenda.
Councilmember Basua.
Here.
Councilmember Perillo.
Here.
Councilmember Tehran.
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here. And Mayor Pro Tem will not be joining us today, and we have a couple of council members that are running a little late. That's Councilman Valenzuela and also Madrigal.
Posting of the agenda. The agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on May 4th, 2023. And we have an announcement pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3. Each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our next item is item B. Any public comments on closed session items?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no public comments virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. Our next item is item C in this closed session item, and we have Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1, to confer with its attorneys. The matter being discussed is Robert Summers versus City of Oxnard.
Thank you, and we'll be back for an appointment item at 5:30. We're going into closed session. Thank you. Good evening, we're back from closed session, and Mr. City Attorney, do we have any announcements out of closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. There are no announcements out of closed session.
Thank you. Our next item is item D1. This is an appointment item, and the subject is presentation by the Youth Coalition of Oxnard on community gardens as a way to go and alleviate food insecurity. And we have quite a few young ladies that want to speak, and young men. So we're going to start off with Katia Tran, excuse me. And then it's going to be followed by Brendan Santos. And I'm sure we have you all in line here. Go ahead, Katia.
Okay. Good evening to the Oxnard City Council members, to Mayor Zaragoza and City.
Okay, go. Mhm.
We're waiting for their slide presentation.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I didn't realize we had, okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening to the Oxnard City Council members, to Mayor Zaragoza and City Manager Nguyen. Thank you for having us, the Youth Coalition of Oxnard, on tonight's agenda. Please allow each of us to introduce ourselves before we begin the presentation. My name is Katia Tran. I am in 10th grade at Oxnard Middle College High School. I'm president of my school's ACT club and the core team lead for the Youth Coalition of Oxnard.
And we have Brenda Santos, followed by Kimberly. No?
No, they're going to
Hello, I am Brenda
Oh,
Santos.
okay, I have cards here. Okay, go ahead, hon.
Hello, I am Brenda Santos, a ninth grader and the treasurer of the Oxnard Middle College ACT Club and a lead member of the YCO.
Good evening, I am Kimberly Garcia, a 12th grader and the president of Oxnard High School ACT Club, as well as the Youth Coalition leader.
Hello, my name is Damon Medgado. I am in 12th grade at Oxnard Middle College High School, and I am the vice president of my ACT club and the Youth Coalition senior leader. I'm more like co-vice president.
Hi, I am Diana Perez, the treasurer for Pacifica High School's ACT Club and a Youth Coalition student leader.
Hi, my name is Jesselyn Banos. I am a ninth grader at OMCHS. I also serve as my ACT's vice president and YCO leader.
Hello, my name is Charlie Fabia. I am secretary for Pacifica High School ACT Club. I'm in 10th grade and a Youth Coalition lead member.
A very good evening to everyone. I am Citlali Hernandez Nieto, a 10th grader at Pacifica High School. I am the ACT Club's event committee chair and YCO leader. We are here representing the Youth Coalition of Oxnard. The YCO is a consolidation of high school students whose members of their campus civic engagement clubs, the ACT clubs. Tonight we have the YCO students from Oxnard High School, Pacifica High School, and Oxnard Middle College High School ready to give a presentation of the research, volunteering, and policy recommendations we've been working on for the last 8 months of our 2022 and 2023 school year. At the start of our fall semester, we began attending neighborhood council meetings and got the opportunity to communicate with our civil leaders. It was at these meetings, the city council meetings, that we found out that a good number of Oxnard residents need food distribution services. We also found out that South Oxnard neighborhoods like Tierra Vista lack public parks or do not have enough green spaces for residents to enjoy. This is when our YCO members decided to make food insecurity this school year's topic to research.
Our research began with a field trip to Food Share, where we saw that the large-scale operation. This is because there is so much need for food assistance among the people of Oxnard. We know that families in the city are suffering food insecurity. Just last month at the District 2 Town Hall meeting, the city manager said that one half of Oxnard residents needed help with groceries. He said that if kids are in a home where their parents have a high anxiety over their next paycheck or their next meal, kids will not be able to succeed. Mr. Nguyen spoke about this issue because he was talking about the plans the city of Oxnard has for creating progress to improve the lives of Oxnard residents. The Youth Coalition has the same goal. How can we help improve the lives of Oxnard families? As we continued the tour, we saw the food share maintains a garden where they grow fruit and vegetable, try and supply fresh produce to the many local food banks and pantries. However, the garden is not large enough to provide fresh veggies to everyone who needs it. It helps, but it is only one garden and there are thousands of people who need assistance. This is when we started asking ourselves if it would be helpful for people to grow their own food to help them alleviate their food needs. We also wondered why people experiencing food insecurity are not already growing their own food. One major reason is because many Oxnard residents don't have gardens. Residents living in apartments or renting houses may not be allowed to use the land on the property to grow their own food.
Towards the fall 2022, the YCO began researching community gardens as a possible answer to our questions about how to help Oxnard residents get access to the land and grow their own food. We started with a tour and orientation at Community Roots Garden. We learned that the community gardens are a shared space where gardeners are able to use the land to plant and grow what they need. Community Roots Gardens was created through a nonprofit and is a 1-acre garden on property that belongs to the North Oxnard United Methodist Church. We learned about the origins of this garden, and we also learned that in addition to providing a place for people to grow food, community gardens do so much more. Miami State youth, historically people of color, been disenfranchised from the land, not allowed to own land themselves, yet forced to work the land without reaping the benefits. Gardens like Community Roots Gardens can reconnect and help youth like me establish a healthy cultural connection with the land. Like when I helped harvest campusichins, also known as marigolds, which is the flower used during El Dia de los Muertos, a tradition that dates back to the pre-Columbian times. Anyone who comes to volunteer and develop a relationship with Community Roots Garden can also share in the harvest. It is an open shared space where gardeners all work the land and help each other tend to the garden as a whole, which further builds a sense of community and belonging.
The YCO visited Community Roots Garden several times from October to December. In November, we learned how gardens can be beneficial to mental health. The massive avocado trees provided a calm, safe space for meditating and cool off in the shade after working in the garden. For many youths needing to fulfill volunteer hours towards graduation or to put on their college applications, working at a community garden is a way to accomplish that goal while helping others. We're so grateful to Suli and Adriana, the Community Roots Garden coordinators, for welcoming the Youth Coalition and giving us the opportunity to volunteer. Community gardens can also be a gathering space for people to meet and celebrate together. In December, we met again with Parks and Recs Commissioner Roger Poirier, who had been helping us understand the challenges of trying to build a community garden in South Oxnard and was a supporter of our efforts since first meeting him at the October Tierra Vista Neighborhood Council meeting.
The YCO held 2 separate scouting events. The first was a walkabout in the Terra Vista neighborhood. I, Damien, am a resident of Terra Vista. I led us to 2 locations with open ground where a community garden would be placed. I also interviewed people living in the neighborhood and found out Terra Vista residents would love to have any kind of green space, whether it is a public park or a community garden. They don't have any and they need it. Another YCO who wishes to remain anonymous said that she grew up in Terra Vista neighborhood and never had a playground. I helped propose the creation of a community garden at a Terra Vista neighborhood council meeting. But although the idea was received with positive reviews, we found out these locations would probably not work. One location is already going to be developed for new housing, and the other sits on private property. The city would have to purchase that land in order to create a garden.
So I led my own walkabout in my neighborhood in Bryce Canyon North. While looking for locations that could be turned into a community garden, we also went door to door with the assessment needs survey, asking residents about their neighborhood concerns and their thoughts about having a community garden. Multiple residents complained about the lack of parks near my neighborhood. Another resident said, quote, "I have to take my kid all the way to Vineyard because the parks in my neighborhood are in bad condition," end quote. We found a piece of land in the corner of West Channel Islands Boulevard and C Street, parallel to Redwood Street. Our research shows that this piece of land is maintained by the city, and if you look at the map, you can see that this piece of land is the length of a whole block. It also has trees along the Channel Island side, which can serve as the protective border where a playground could be built. Mr. Mayor, this could be a perfect place we could put a community garden so we could help the unserved residents of Central and South Oxnard.
Thank you.
When the YCO volunteered at the Dr. Lopez Garden in downtown Oxnard, we learned that community gardens can be an outdoor classroom as well. Master gardener Margot shared her knowledge with us about building a community through garden work. The Dr. Lopez Garden must overcome challenges like water usage and using the parkway to grow additional food because of the small garden's limited space. We were very inspired to learn that Dr. Lopez, a former mayor of Oxnard, donated the use of this property to be made into a community garden. Wouldn't it be nice if more people who own undeveloped land can have an incentive to donating the use of their land for community gardens, rather than having them just sit there, looking abandoned and getting code violations for not maintaining their properties? At the Dr. Lopez Garden, we were also inspired by their determination to make their garden flourish despite all of these obstacles. Such as why the garden doesn't have a water meter. And it would also be great if the Oxnard residents were permitted to use parkways to grow fruit-bearing trees. 2 other locations that are city-owned land were identified by the YCO. We want to give as many suggestions as possible that the city can work with to try and give residents access to garden for food. The first location is a 3/4 lot behind the College Park Fire Station. It is 5 times bigger than the Dr. Lopez Garden and would make a perfect space to create an allotment garden. The second location is on 5th Street, behind the Boys and Girls Club. The YCO would love to partner with the Boys and Girls Club to run garden education at this location to teach more youth how to overcome food insecurity through gardening.
The YCO conducted 2 separate research activities to obtain data to support our position that community gardens are needed and desired by Oxnard residents. First, we created and implemented a needs assessment survey to gauge people's awareness, interest, and knowledge about community gardens. Using the QR code, Youth Coalition members helped residents of all ages fill out the online questionnaire. We ran this survey during the month of February 2023 and collected answers from 417 individuals. We found that the majority of the survey takers do not have a garden at their home or have access to a garden. We also found that even though the majority declined to answer, 135 did say that food insecurity is a concern. 302 out of 417, which is 72%, answered that they are interested in getting access to a community garden to grow food. There seems to be a connection between not having access to a garden, being interested in gaining access to a community garden, and getting access to a community garden in order to alleviate food insecurity. During the month of March, the YCO conducted a research activity we named the Gardenless Growing Project. It shows that residents living in apartments or renting homes still try to grow food even if they do not have access to open ground or permission from the landlords to garden on the property. The following photos are just 2 examples from various apartments in my neighborhood. People are using any available spaces around their home to try and garden. Here you can see someone is growing trees on a 2nd floor balcony, but we all know trees grow big. What happened when those trees grow out their pots? This second photo shows a variety of potted plants along the side of this apartment. Yet the grassy area cannot be used for growing plants. It is very sad to see people struggle to grow their plants because they do not have a land to garden. I understand the challenge they face since I also live in an apartment and my father tries to grow plants in the same way. I know that if we were able to be part of a community garden, my family would be able to grow all sorts of edible plants and not have to worry about running out of space or getting in trouble for violating rental agreements.
Thank you.
The data from the Needs Assessment Survey and the Gardenless Growing Project showing that the people of Oxnard want community gardens is further supported by the research findings we got when we met with the garden coordinator for the Camino del Sol Community Allotment Garden. This is an Oxnard City garden in North Oxnard. It has individual plots that the resident can apply for. Each gardener is responsible for growing and maintaining the piece of land they are allotted. There are 90 plots inside this garden, and all of them are being used. There is a waiting list with over 60 people hoping to get a plot in this garden. Some have been on that waiting list for years. The city has plans to expand this garden, which will add 3 new plots. That will only take care of half those people waiting for a chance to garden and grow food. And from the needs assessment survey, we know that many people don't know about community gardens or how to apply to be part of one. Otherwise, the waiting list at Camino del Sol will be longer.
Our research has also led us to the Wilson Senior Center. The city of Oxnard provided this land, and it was originally just a rose garden. When the YCO visited in March, the garden coordinator showed us that Oxnard seniors have been using this garden to grow food. And just like Camino del Sol garden, all the plots have a gardener, and there's a long waiting list here too. There is so much demand for garden space to grow food that Wilson Center Garden is getting rid of their horseshoe field in order to give seniors their own plots. What impressed us the most is seeing how many of these elder gardeners can grow large amounts of food in a small area. Imagine how much knowledge could be passed down from our elders if families had garden space to work and harvest together.
The Farm to School of Ventura County is a nonprofit that has partnered with Oxnard Union High School District to provide gardening education to youth. At Oxnard Middle College High School, there are youth coalition members like Katia who qualify to be a part of this gardening program. A high GPA is needed to be in the National Honor Society, which is the school group that has been selected to oversee the garden at this particular school. Each Oxnard High School with a Farm to School program has different requirements in order to work at their campus garden. And the YCO members from Pacifica High School and Oxnard High School also have experience working in their school's gardens. Thanks to the OUHSD and Farm to School, YCO members will have learned gardening experience that will be utilized to build a community garden for Oxnard residents. The YCO's goal to build a community garden perfectly aligns with Farm to School's advocacy education and community service goals. We are so happy to say that if the city of Oxnard provides the land for a community garden to be developed by the Youth Coalition, Farm to School will give funding support towards the establishment and maintenance of the garden, as long as it is youth-led. Mr. Mayor, we, the Youth Coalition, volunteer to be responsible for creating a community garden if given the chance. We just need the land.
The YCO has also gotten the attention of California State Assembly member Phil Ting. Our YCO senior leader, Damien Mercado, corresponded through email with Mr. Ting's office to amend current legislation that provides incentives to private property owners who allow their land to be used as community gardens. Right now, those incentives only apply to cities with a population size above 250,000. Oxnard has a population of 215,000 and misses out on those incentives. Although the deadline to ask for legislative amendments has passed, Damien will continue trying to amend California Code 51040, also known as the Urban Agricultural Incentive Zones Act, for the next year. He will ask to eliminate the minimum city population requirement and eliminate California Code 51040.3, change 51042.1 to eliminate the minimum commitment of years that holds property as a community garden or reduce it from the current 5-year minimum to a 1-year minimum. Remove the restriction on property size, so no matter the size of the property, it can still be used for a community garden. And consider changing the name of this law to Community Agricultural Incentive Zones Act. The YCO would also like to remind the city of what its own master plan says. On page 8, it states that, quote, Oxnard is significantly below the National Parks and Recreation Standards for recreational amenities, end quote, which included community gardens on that list. Page 162 says that, quote, Oxnard needs at least 4 more, end quote, community gardens. Page 163, there is a suggestion that, quote, having a volunteer manage the garden with staff oversight may be the best option, end quote. And page 207, recommendation 21, to add community gardens. It says the city would need a cost increase of $3,000 per garden per year. This means that the city is aware that Oxnard lacks community gardens. The YCO has already volunteered to help create, manage, and maintain any new garden space the city provides. And the city manager has stated that, quote, City of Oxnard currently has a budget surplus, end quote, as he did when the YCO attended the Channel Islands Neighborhood Council meeting via Zoom on January 19th of this year. Perhaps the city can put some of that budget surplus towards the cost increase recommended in its master plan.
While we wait to see if the city can provide the much needed help of the community garden, we, the Youth Coalition, will continue helping residents in any way we can. Like when I volunteered at Food Share in January during my winter break, we are proud to have sorted over 2,800 pounds of food, but there's so much to be done.
Here's what the YCO proposes. The city of Oxnard should offer at least one piece of city-owned land in or near the south side of Oxnard to be used as community garden. The Youth Coalition volunteers to oversee the creation and maintenance of this new community garden. The YCO will help residents use this community garden to grow food. The community garden will also serve as an outdoor classroom to teach families, especially youth, how to grow food. The city will begin to fulfill its own Oxnard City Master Plan by helping the YCO create this new community garden. The city will allocate $3,000 per year to this new garden. The YCO will help to seek additional funding sources to establish and maintain this and any new gardens where we are named the volunteer management. The YCO will work with experienced nonprofits like Bright, Community Roots Garden and Farm to School to provide additional funding, education, gardening skills, and any other needed resources to provide a community garden that will help Oxnard residents alleviate food insecurity.
The YCO also has some recommendations to share. The city should put into place city policy to streamline the process of community gardens established by a nonprofit and appropriate organizations. Allow residents to grow fruit-bearing trees in parkways with established perimeters. Through an application process, residents who live in residential homes can be permitted and regulated by the city with a list of compliance rules. Rules can include the type of fruit trees and the number of trees allowed to be grown depending on the parkway size. It will also be the residents' responsibility to prune and maintain trees to comply with city and health guidelines generated by the city. Cities should be considered installing city-funded water meters for community gardens as an added incentive to the property owner. Cities should create a fund for creating community gardens on private property that will be used for installing fencing, installing water meters, providing a storage unit, porta potties, and tools. The city should develop a community garden in a box kit for interested residents to use when approaching property owners and ask to use the property as a community garden. And lastly, the city should consider converting unused city property for community gardens and consider buying parcels in underserved neighborhoods, i.e. Tierra Vista.
This concludes our presentation and policy recommendations. Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza, City Council members, City Manager, and City staff. We would also like to thank all our community partners. Thank you to the Port of Wainimi for their sponsorship, which allowed Bright to provide nutritional support at all YCO in-person events. With their special funding, Youth Coalition members did not go hungry while conducting their research and public service activities. Thank you to the coordinators and staff at Food Share, the Community Roots Garden, the Dr. Manuel Lopez Garden, the Wilson Senior Center Garden, Oxnard Union High School District, the City of Oxnard, the Parks and Recreation Commission, Farm to School, the Bright team, and especially all the Youth Coalition members who contributed to the making of this presentation. We hope the City Council will consider our proposals and recommendations. With much appreciation, have a good rest of the night.
Thank you. I want to thank you so much because I really believe we're in good hands, and as you mentioned here, the key to Oxnard's future are you guys. My understanding that you guys want to take a photo. You want to come up to the podium? Come on up, and come on up and we'll take a photo. Council members, you want to share anything in the meantime?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I have one question. I'm well aware of what Oxnard High School is, and I'm well aware of what Pacifica High School is, but I'm unaware of what Oxnard Middle College High School is, and possibly where it's even located.
Oh, well, luckily we have Ms. Rika Coria, who is a counselor and a club advisor from Oxnard Middle College High School. So I will let her explain.
Thank you. Stand in line right here.
We are a high school located at Oxnard College. Our students are all taking college classes and high school classes at the same time. So by the time they graduate high school, they're able to complete all their general education requirements for a University of California or California State University. It's an amazing program. And we are part of the Oxnard Union High School District.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Where's the boss? Where are you? Come on up. Yeah, my goodness. Who's going to take the photo? First of all, I really, this is commendable. Coming up, and all the work that you guys are doing, and we are really in good hands. And one of the things that you said is all the gardens that we have, the one in Colonia, the Wilson Center, and all those locations, working with Food Share, providing food for the community. There's a lot of people that don't have food, even though we have food at home, but a lot of people do not have food. And you guys are the future. You guys are the ones that are feeding us, all of us, which I really commend you for that. And would you like to share anything at this time?
Oh, thank you. Well, my name is Patricia Lau Cho. I work for Bright. We are a nonprofit that focuses on youth development and engagement. So our youth coalition members do a lot of public service and volunteer work. And I just want to say that they've been doing a tremendous job because aside from their schoolwork and extracurricular activities, a lot of them have after school jobs, and they take time to still come out and do this research project because they are passionate about helping Oxnard. So thank you so much to the city council members and to you, Mayor Zaragoza, for having us here to present.
And of course, thank you so much. And again, we're going to give this information to our staff. I don't promise you anything, but we have our city manager right there that he has a copy of your presentation. Again, we're really in good hands. Thank you so much for all your good work. I really appreciate it very much. Put your hands together for all of them. The Bright people, thank you. YCO, thank you so much. You can go this way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good job. Good work. You're the boss. So our next item is the opening ceremonies, and first of all, we'd like to have the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll have Mr. Oscar, you're going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, and we'll take a moment of silence for all the individuals that we've lost across the United States and across the world for that matter. Just a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you so much. You may be seated. So now our next item, we have a proclamation, and that's this item let me see, item F, we have a proclamation for Public Works. And we'd like to call Mr. Wolf up here. And who else is coming up? All the Public Works employees that are here today? Come on, guys, come on up. And Michael, you want to come up? I'll read the proclamation over here.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I'd like the Public Works crew to go up there.
Okay, come up and I'll read it.
Okay, Joe and Brian, our water folks, come on up, Public Works.
We've elected a spokesperson, Chandra.
You're gonna be, okay, come on up. All these people are very, very important, so. Both sides, both sides. Get on this side too. Council members, get on this side too, so we. Do we have a bus full? Brian? Yeah, let's fill up this place. Okay, so we have what, a busload here? I'm gonna read this. It's a proclamation, Public Works Week, May 21, 27, 2023. Whereas this week of 2021-23 is proclaimed as Public Works Week in recognition of contribution from Public Works employees as for the well-being of our residents. Whereas Public Works professional focus on infrastructure, facility services that are vital importance and sustainable for resilience to our community, for public health, for high quality of life for the people of Oxnard. Whereas infrastructure, facility services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of professional staff of the Public Works Department, who are operators, engineers, managers, employees of all levels who are responsible for rebuilding and improving and protecting the lives and transportation, water supply, water treatment, wastewater system, public building, and other infrastructure facilities essential for the residents of the community. Whoa. Okay, whereas this year the theme is Connecting the World Through Public Works. To illustrate Public Works connect to all through infrastructure services, enhancing the quality of life for the community and professional services of our community. Now, therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, proclaim Public Works Week in the city of Oxnard and invite all residents to join us in a well-deserved recognition of Public Works Department and give them a place of honor and respect in our city. Put your hands together for all these employees who are really, really good. I'm gonna give you this, but I can tell for the people that are watching today, when you turn the faucet on, water has to come out. When you flush the toilet, it's gotta go. When you pick up your trash, it's gotta go. And all the engineering, you travel from point A to point B, make sure that the lights are working, make sure that the pavement is there. And of course, we're getting ready to resurface all our streets, right? And our PCI is gonna be what, 70?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, young lady, you're the boss. That's what Michael said, you're the boss today.
I'm the Thank you. Hi, my name is Chandra Krudip, and I would like to thank the Mr. Mayor and City Council, City Manager for designating this week Public Works Week. We invite you guys to come out and to our open house on May the 25th, and we look forward to seeing you. So thank you so much, and you guys have a great night.
Thank you. And my understanding that you're going to have equipment back here behind the council chambers on the 25th, equipment to show off to the residents of Oxnard, the things that you do and the type of operations and equipment that we have for the city.
Yes, sir.
Thank you again. And Michael, you like to share anything?
I just wanted to say thank you to the mayor and council members for allowing us to show our force. As you can see, this is quite a big group of folks, but this only represents probably 10% of the Public Works Department. This is our leadership. We couldn't bring all 500 people here, but we wanted to make sure that this is well received by our staff, so thank you.
And I'm a little biased because I worked for Public Works for about 25 years. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Again, put your hands together for Public Works employees. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll let you go this one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I know you.
Yeah,
Hey, I gotta give you a hug.
Okay, sounds good.
Nice to see you.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you. So we have one more accommodation, and all our public works employees are leaving the chamber. But let me call up the Mr. Robert Cruz, and also Lewis Morris, and also the veterans of Ventura County. Veterans coming up. I have a proclamation for you guys too. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Well, we go from public works to really, really important people. We have Veterans Memorial Day coming up, and we have a proclamation here for Memorial Day, which is May 29, 2023, whereas Memorial Day is our nation pauses, to remember the brave men and women in uniform and the sacrifice to protect the interests of our country and defend our freedom. Where each year, the last Monday in May, is an opportunity to honor the men and women of the armed forces to bravely defend our freedom while remembering those who died for this great nation. And whereas honoring those proud servicemen and women lost throughout the country's history, we renew our commitment to uphold the democratic ideas that we fought for and they died to preserve. On May 29, 2023, the City of Oxnard will recognize and sacrifice the ceremony at Plaza Park here in Oxnard, where our country remains the land of the free because of the sacrifice made to our servicemen, from our servicewomen, through our servicewomen and men of all ranks and of all branches of military. Now, therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim and ask residents to honor and observe May 29, 2023 as Memorial Day. And this is to you, the veterans of Ventura County, and we'd like to share something at this time.
My name is Lou Morris. I am the chaplain. I am the chaplain for the Disabled American Veterans, Chapter 24, and I'm along with.
My name is Robert Cruz, and I'm the adjutant with Chapter 24.
James Torres, part of the group, United States Air Force, Air National Guard.
Army, Navy, and I served with the Marine Corps.
Special thanks to the committee of Oxnard that plans the Memorial Day program and Veterans program. I think that we've put about a 1-hour program together on the 29th at Plaza Park. I hope you can all attend to honor our fallen, and we'll have guest speakers and the Channel Islands Band. And I hope to see you all there. Thank you.
And also, I want to thank the committee. Our committee is made up of Lewis and Cruz and James. And James, by the way, is a public works employee too. Put your hands together for James. And of course, we also have Luli Lopez, is in the committee, and Martha Guillan is also in the committee. And we have Anthony Gonzalez, who couldn't be here today. He's disabled. And we have some other individuals that belong to the committee. And we've been planning this for quite a few days, to several months and so forth. So anyway, council members would like to share anything on behalf of the veterans? No? Yeah.
Just for all of you here today, thank you for your service, and certainly use this as another remembrance of those who also served and weren't able to come home. So thank you.
I'd like to thank the gentlemen that are here. But I'd like to share something that I learned as a kid from a father and uncle that were in the service and a grandfather that were in the service. Memorial Day is a big deal. And they often say those that gave their life. Nobody gave their lives. Their lives were taken. 2 days, Memorial Day and Veterans Day, are big deals, but Memorial Day recognizes the people whose lives were taken for this country. Whatever your views are in the country, they did the best that they could to get us where we are right now. And I wouldn't trade where I live for any place else.
Thank you, council member. And again, put your hands together for this guy. They've really done a really good job. And thank you again. And his photo. Here we go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
We'll see you at Plaza Park.
Yes.
Thank you. James. Good, good. Okay, well, thank you so much for that, and thank you again to our Public Works, our staff, and our veterans. Our next item is item G, and this is public comments not on the agenda, and I have a couple of, before we go into any virtual ones, but I have a couple of people that'd like to speak on items not on the agenda. That's, we'll start off with Douglas Partello, followed by Don Matthews. Mr. Partello. Is he virtual, Ms. Partello?
Mayor Zaragoza, he's currently not available virtually or in person.
How about Don Matthews?
Yes.
Don?
Yeah, Don Matthews, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes. Don, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Do we have Don?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you. I'm representing the 321 homeowners of Special District Number 50 to address some time-sensitive issues that we have regarding our new proposed CFD tax levies. I understand that these levies must be filed by July 1st under pursuant to Article C, Section C of the Ventura County Tax Assessor's Office. We invited our City Council officials back in November of 22 to a community walk around so that we could show our city officials and our mayor the lack of funded projects over the past 3 years. Our concerns in Westport are we contribute a substantial amount of revenue to the city of Oxnard. Our community is an important case study demonstrating the complex challenges we encounter in Oxnard. On our walkabout, we provided you with tours of our community parks, waterways, and neighborhoods so that you might have a better understanding as to why we're so concerned about maintaining the beauty of our community and also our safety. Our primary concerns have remained unresolved for the past 3 years. We are not receiving our funding. We have reserve balances. We understand that the turnover in special district staffing has led to the inability of resolving these issues. Yet we continue to pay the highest Melrose taxes in Oxnard. We're not being able to access our funds so that we can go ahead and continue the capital improvements for zero life items needed to enhance and maintain our community. At one of our parks, which is the Chesapeake Kitty Park, we have no fencing. And that park is less than 6 feet away from Centerpoint Energy Canal. This is a life safety issue, very concerning to the residents. Also, our fire lanes were never painted red. According to code, when our city was, our development was built and approved by the city, our community has been advised 2 years ago by the fire marshal that we were in non-compliance, yet today we still have no painted red curbs. We understand that we need to support our special district manager, Eric Story. We understand that there's staffing shortages. We have not had a project manager. We have a vacant seat.
30
since,
seconds.
June 6th of 22. We're just hoping, since we're 81% funded, that we can get the support we need from the council members and our mayor to get these problems resolved quickly. Thank you for your support and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lang Martinez, followed by Ronaldo. And I can't reach her last name, but Ronaldo anyway.
My name's
Lang, go
My name's
ahead.
Lang Martinez. I'm a known advocate. I'm also a critic in regards to the way that we're handling the situation with the homeless situation here in Ventura County. I'd like to read something that was, I just got off the phone with the BC Star. I was talking to Ms. Gallen and Stacy about what I was going to do as far as comments. There's also some other news media that is tuning in for what I'm about to say. Owens can be heard telling dispatcher, hi, yeah, I'm Michael Owens. I'm not doing too good right now. I need 911 right here at the rescue mission. Owens was referring to a nearby Ventura County rescue mission. Oxnard Police said the apartment building is apparently associated with the nonprofit which serves the homeless population. That was called La Paz. I've interviewed, I talked to many in regards to Michael Owens. Michael Owens was in that program at one time and he was doing good. He worked in the kitchen. He was not an animal. He was a kid that needed help. See, I've been there. I called 911 numerous times. I'm not here to judge or to say anything, but I'm saying we need to do things different and assess situations differently. I made 911 calls numerous times in my addiction. Oxnard PD showed up for me, and because the law states, unless I say I really want to die, you can't take me. Oxnard PD showed up in the alley almost 5 years ago, and I had infections in my leg. And I was in psychosis, not in delusion, psychosis from methamphetamine that caused my situation. And I had a flesh-eating disease that you could smell and see the inside of my leg. Oxnard PD and the fire department took the initiative, and the sergeant was there and said, Lang, you need to go. No, I don't, I need help. Lang, you need to go. No, I don't. Lang, we're gonna help you. I don't want your help. Lang, look at your leg. No, I need help, I gotta get in the Hillmont. Lang, listen to me, are you under the influence? Yes. You know what, Lang, if you don't go to the hospital, we're gonna arrest you. You're gonna die, Lang. And I listened to those officers that had love and compassion for me, and that's why I'm here today. So I'm not gonna pass judgment, but I am gonna say that things need to change, and it was unnecessary. Those officers got me and escorted to St. John's Hospital. St. John's refused to give me the help that I needed. I contacted OPD. I wrote an article. OPD went way out of their way at the Walmart, drove up, told me to walk down the street, put the lights on their car, turned around and put handcuffs on me, and drove me to a place where I could get help. Today, I'm a known advocate. I have more articles accumulated for the work I do than anybody in the United States. I just got done doing California Insider, and I was validated by LAPD and the Sheriff's Department. I just wrote 2 other articles, Transparency versus Homelessness, Montecito. Wrote another one here in the BC Reporter called Transparency and the Funds Allocated. The one I wrote in Montecito was called Vagrancy versus Homelessness. That went to the LA Times. I'm not Manuel Herrera. I have over 500,000 followers.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vanessa Valdez, followed by, Ronaldo, followed by Vanessa. Ronaldo.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody.
Good afternoon. Mhm.
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. I just wanted to do a little proposal for here in the city in Oxnard. We wanted to start a business that talks about electric scooters for renting around the city or in Hueneme area. Just trying to bring out the proposal if that's fine to bring it here. Start something small for their community to get together. Summer's around the corner. Sounds like a good idea to have everybody together. Sounds like big cities around us have it and our community doesn't. And it would be nice to have that bond with everybody. It's something small, but it comes to a big way for everybody to be together. Not gonna waste so much of your time. Thank you so much.
Good.
That would be all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Vanessa Valdez, followed by Maria Navarro. Vanessa Valdez. Mhm.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Vanessa Valdez. I'm a lawyer and a small business owner here in the city of Oxnard. I'm also the past president of Latinx Bar Association and a member of the county's Public Safety Racial Equity Advisory Group. Today I'm here on behalf of our membership and as a community member from District 4, where 2 of the officer-involved shootings occurred. Just like many members in our community that are concerned about what happened, we also are concerned and have many questions about these recent fatalities. We are working with our allies to see how we can work with our public safety agencies to identify solutions and engage in our community. I want to also thank Chief Benitez and his team. A few hours ago, we actually met with him and several members of his team. We were discussing policies and practices involving police use of force and mental health issues as it relates to the department's training. Chief Benitez and his team agreed to meet with us on very short notice, and they thoroughly answered all of our questions. I want to also thank him for his prompt response in making the body cameras public and accessible to everyone. Our city is very fortunate to have Chief Benitez in our city. He's always been open to hearing our suggestions and recommendations. He is genuine and is always looking for ways to work with us to get to solutions that will work in our community. We understand that this is a complex issue to resolve and it will take time and deep analysis to see a significant change. But this will only be accomplished with participation and feedback of our community and an open mind on both sides. I want to also invite the rest of the members in our community to come out to these public meetings and express their concerns and grievances, share their opinions, help us get to the root of the problem, and not just critique our police officers or judge others, but actually join us with an open mind and offer solutions that take in consideration both sides. We understand that it is important to also consider the safety of our officers, and we appreciate them risking their lives every day. But we don't want to forget the individuals like this gentleman just last mentioned. They also have a voice, and we are here today to be a voice for them. We ask that you all consider the future policies and practices that may be rolled down from Chief Benitez or others. And like I said, we are working on reviewing a lot of the resources that Chief Benitez recommended, and we hope this is the first of many meetings to come, and look forward to coming back with more suggestions on policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Our next speaker is Maria Navarro, followed by Brian Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor Cercosa, City Council members, and staff. As many as you know, in the last couple of months, there have been 3 officer-involved shootings, and like Vanessa said, we're trying to understand why these incidents happen and how we can make sure that these incidents are prevented as much as possible, right? We had a productive meeting, like Vanessa said today, with Chief Benitez and members of OPD. We're looking forward to see what the fruitions of this collaboration and to see what we could do. And I'm really hopeful to communicate with all of you later on regarding all of this and seeing how and what the city's role should be on it. And I'd like to thank Chief Benitez, who's right here. He was really forthcoming and just definitely answered every single one of our questions. And the format was really, really welcoming. I think oftentimes it's really hard to have like conversations with staff or city just because we're limited to these formats where it's like 3 minutes and you're looking at the clock, looking at your faces, and there's not that much time for public communication or engagement. So that was really nice. And a ditto on the electric scooters, definitely good idea. All right, bye.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Brian Rodriguez.
All right. Good evening,
Honorable Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Brian Rodriguez. I'm a resident of the City of Oxnard, and I also had the privilege of meeting with our police chief today. It was a productive and thoughtful discussion. The chief actually extended our conversation by 30 minutes to make sure that all of our questions and concerns were addressed. But this is just the beginning. I look forward to continuing to meet with the chief and some of you to continue to discuss community safety. And now I'll just speak as myself and not the Latinx Bar Association. I actually want to publicly commend and support Councilmember Valenzuela in his interest in the creation of a citizen oversight group. The city has a Measure O oversight group, a planning commission, a Parks and Rec commission, and so many other citizen advisory groups. I don't know why we can't have a police department group to help advise and steer the direction of the department. I have the privilege of serving in the UC Berkeley Chancellor's Independent Accountability Board on police accountability and community safety. And one of our tasks is actually to create a police accountability board for our UC Police Department. UC Davis actually currently has a police accountability board for their university police. And I think we could create something that really meets the needs and is tailored for our community. UC Davis's police department accountability board is going to be different from ours because they have a medical school. I think our police department's going to be different from that of Los Angeles and Oakland and Berkeley and the different various cities that have police accountability boards. And I will just say, this weekend I had the opportunity to watch the podcast by Manuel Herrera and Ashley Golden. It's a terrific podcast. I hope everybody listens to it. But one thing that I was reminded of is that our city manager proclaimed that this year is the year of the tortoise. And so we will be going slow. And, you know, this is an issue that is incredibly complex. And so it won't be solved overnight, but I hope that we could go slow and really have meaningful, productive, and good faith discussions surrounding this issue of community safety and police accountability. So thank you for the time and the opportunity to speak before you tonight.
Thank you. Greg Runyon. Greg Runyon. Mm-hmm. Reverend.
I didn't put that today. So. Good evening, everybody, council and mayor. This is such a hot button topic, and I wasn't going to say something, and then I couldn't help myself. I am in complete agreement with everything that everybody has said, but we're all about police accountability, but doggone it, sometimes there has to be community accountability. And I hope that there are those of us that are able to work, whether it's with the police department or the council or whoever, that we start holding our groups to standards instead of asking other people to have their standards. They see us at our worst times, and we expect them to be very understanding and forgiving. But when we have life or death decisions, we always hope that training will kick in and things like that. The reverend in me says this is why when you see videos like that, if we're honest, that's why substance abuse and mental health are such a significant need in our community. But if law enforcement was not there, the places that we would have to go are dark. And I think that all of us should start taking looks at ourselves and start asking about civic accountability. I remember our city manager, one of the first things he said about me was, I like when people can disagree with me and be polite. He didn't say be right, but he said be polite. And we've lost that. And if we're going to demand of others a higher standard than we demand of ourselves, you're going to have more police shootings. You're going to have more chokeholds on a subway. You're going to have more aggression. So I would just tell all of us, please, take a step back. Yes, we need accountability in our police department. But doggone it, we need it in ourselves even more. So thank you.
Thank you. Douglas Portello, is he still available?
Mayor Zaragoza, Doug is still not available.
Okay, do we have any other speakers, either here or virtually?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no additional speakers virtually or in person.
Okay, thank you so much. Then our next item is item H, and this is report of our city manager. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'm going to hand it over to the city attorney so he can make a quick update for the public, and then I'll take it back.
Okay.
Thank you. So a lot of residents have received this, I can hold this up, an envelope in the mail, certified mail, concerning the OPV groundwater adjudication. So what this is a lawsuit whose purpose is to determine groundwater rights in the region. So the city of Oxnard is a party to this lawsuit, but the city did not initiate it, and the city is not suing people receiving this notice. It's a group called OPV, the OPV Coalition, Oxnard Pleasant Valley Coalition, that has brought the lawsuit. So there is a state statute that requires this notice to be sent in the mail to every property owner located in the subject groundwater basin areas, which are the Oxnard groundwater basin and the Pleasant Valley groundwater basin. So that means that every property owner in the city of Oxnard and beyond the city of Oxnard should be receiving these notices. And it notifies those owners that they have a legal right to participate in the lawsuit if they wish. For property owners who do not independently pump water from the ground through a well, their water provider may be participating in that lawsuit on their behalf. And the city of Oxnard is participating in the lawsuit on behalf of the city's water utility and the city's water users collectively. The city cannot represent individuals in this lawsuit or provide legal advice about it. So for more information about this, because the city has been getting a lot of calls about this, as the council members are aware.
That's right.
And staff is aware. The packet that you received by certified mail includes a phone number, 844-798-0745, and it also provides a website, which is opvcoalition.org, that has, through which you can get more information about this groundwater adjudication. There's an FAQ link that provides information about the lawsuit, and that phone number has a phone tree to get various types of information. So just wanted to let everybody know that, and it's not the city that is serving this and suing people about water rights, but the city has intervened in the action to protect the water rights of the people of Oxnard, which groundwater pumping is, as we know, has been the subject of several meetings recently, a significant portion of the water that the city uses.
And Mr. City Attorney, this is really basically what you shared was for the city of Oxnard. There's other cities that are involved in that, but potentially we're just talking to the city of Oxnard currently. Is that correct?
Well, I'm providing this information because we've been getting lots of calls to the city from our own residents, but there are other people involved in this receiving these notices, not just people in Oxnard,
That's
but
exactly right.
throughout the Pleasant Valley Basin area and the Oxnard
That's right.
groundwater basin
Well,
area.
thank you for sharing, because we are getting that information, because we're getting quite a few calls. Thank you for that. And also, my understanding is going to be in Spanish and English also.
So we've put together similar
our response.
information for the people who aren't reading what is in the notice and using that information. If they do call the city, we have prepared this information so that we can address the concerns of our residents. And we've provided that in Spanish as well, so people that are answering the calls can provide that to Spanish-speaking residents.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much. Okay. Mr. City Manager, additional information.
Thank you. Diego, if you can put the slides up. I have a series of updates/announcement tonight. We're going to try to provide these in chronological order as they will be occurring. So first is actually tomorrow, mid-morning, the 24th Annual Oxnard Police Department Memorial Ceremony. This is an event that takes place across the nation honoring those officers specifically to our department who made the ultimate sacrifice and gave their lives to serve this community years past. Again, it's tomorrow, May 17th. Begins promptly at 10:30 a.m. right beside the police station at 251 South C Street here in downtown, and it's obviously open to the public. Next, there are more workshops provided by our local partner, Community Action, where you can get information regarding utility bill assistance. Let me see, you can see all the dates there, May 22nd. These all begin at 8:30 a.m. and run through noon. June 5th, June 12th, June 19th, and June 26th. So those workshops taking place at 214 South C Street at our city facility. And if you have questions beforehand, please call Community Action of Ventura County. Their phone number is 805-436-4000. All right. After that, you heard earlier, if you were paying attention, during the celebration of Public Works Week, Public Works is holding an open house next Thursday, a week from this Thursday, May 25th. That's going to be right here in the parking lot behind City Hall. Address is 305 West 3rd Street. Begins at 9 a.m. and goes until noon. Come and learn about all the various things that our Public Works Department does to serve this community. You heard earlier the department comprises of approximately 500 employees. And just for a sort of random comparison, our Public Works Department staffing is either the same or slightly larger than the entire staff of the city of Thousand Oaks, just as an example. Comparison. You also, if you were paying attention earlier, Memorial Day, the ceremony will be happening on Monday, May 29th, so that actually is on Memorial Day. 11 a.m., they also start their program promptly at Plaza Park here in downtown Oxnard. So once again, Memorial Day, please come out. A great ceremony every year, open to the public, 11 a.m. at Plaza Park, Memorial Day, May 29th, Monday. Following that, this is now the third annual Oxnard Insect Festival. We missed a year because of the pandemic. So this is where essentially we are a recreation department. The essence of this is we are providing a science museum experience to our local community, given that tickets to enter science museums can be quite costly. So there will be live music, food trucks, family fun, crafts, and more. Of course, all insect related, so there is insect food to be had. And I don't know yet if there will be a tasting panel again this year. But if you notice, for the third year, we have special guests coming to join our insects. They are the reptiles. So this year, insects, and if you're not afraid of them, reptiles. They'll be there for you to see, hold, learn about, and in some cases, taste. So that'll be June 3rd, Saturday, Plaza Park, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Come have fun, come learn something about these creatures, and taste a few, if you dare. After that, June, of course, is Pride Month, and we'll have the proclamation here at Council at the first meeting, but on the Monday before the June 6th Council meeting, we're going to have, oh no, I can't remember, is this the second or third flag raising ceremony?
I think it's
second. Okay.
Second, yeah.
Boy, we're kind of behind the times, but it's happening. So Monday morning, June 5th, 8:30 a.m., right here in front of City Hall, we will be raising the pride flag. And we'll be flying those flags at all city flagpoles, but we're going to do the ceremony here in front of City Hall. So please, please, if you can, join us for that. And if you see me there, I'll buy you a cup of coffee. Okay, next, you also recently heard about this from one of our public speakers. We're trying something a little bit different, which is in addition to our social media posts and our YouTube postings, we're going to try utilizing podcasts to see if we can try to grow and expand the range of people who want to get information about the city. So the first episode is specific to this upcoming budget. So it is, I guess like the commercial says, everywhere where you want to get a podcast, it's available. But it's also on YouTube and on the city's website. And we have our fabulous Assistant City Manager discussing the upcoming budget. And our guest host for this episode is Manny Herrera. Again, it's on YouTube, but also everywhere podcasts are available. So it's about the budget. So all I can say is it's really important. I can't say it's a lot of fun, but it's really good. So I highly encourage you. It's a good investment in a very short time to get a basic understanding about the upcoming city budget. So please utilize the podcast if that's convenient. Otherwise, view the video on YouTube as well. Okay, so at the last meeting, we started this now that the pandemic announcements are over, and we're all fatigued on that, so we're starting with our second edition of Local Government Fun Facts. Last week, I did the Where Do Taxes Go? This week, we're going to reminisce about the Housing First program for homelessness, because there's been a lot of discussion in the public arena and unfortunately a lot of both misunderstanding and misinformation about Housing First. So I just want to review this for everyone. So at the top row here, what you have is what had been going on in this country for decades, and it's essentially a housing readiness program, and it was the traditional homeless shelter program across the country where people would we would try to get people to enter a homeless shelter, which is not permanent housing. And even when you're in the shelter, you are still technically homeless. And from this situation, you would try to do various social work programs, whether medical, mental, behavioral, job training. If you could get through here, then your next step traditionally was transitional housing. Again, not permanent housing, but transitional housing. And then from there, you would move from these interventions to the next set of steps, such as training, further education, employment, and finding ultimately a permanent home. So the old process was, the goal was housing. And again, this goes back many decades. And as you can see, these are all failure points. And the reason is, under the traditional rules of a shelter, you couldn't come in until early in the evening, and you had to leave first thing in the morning. There were also other rules stating that, for example, you had to be completely sober. So for many people, utilizing this over and over didn't work, and hence many people became what later was labeled service resistant, in part because they'd gone through this laundry system and been cycled and cycled and not really be able to get out the other end. So in recent years, the Housing First model has been adopted. Now, this model actually goes back also several decades to New York. I think it was outside of New York City or in New York City. But in recent years, Even HUD has adopted this approach. And all this says is that the house is not the goal, but it's succeeding all of these hurdles. And so you utilize the house as the first primary tool. And again, it's called Housing First, but it's not a house. It's some form of housing, right? It can be permanent supportive housing. It could be a small apartment. It could be a shared living space, various ways. But the theory here is that if you just get the permanent housing so that you have warmth and shelter and safety and security, it's a lot easier to work on all these issues here. So imagine if you're at the shelter overnight and in the morning you had to leave, but then you had to try to make these appointments, or you had to try to meet your therapist out in the park. It's very, very unlikely that you can succeed. So Housing First only means the house becomes the first principal tool. It does not mean that Housing First is all. In other words, the program isn't called housing and that's it. It just says housing is first, and then you work and pursue all these other needs that you may or may not have in order to achieve or re-achieve life stability. So again, Housing First just means the housing is first. That's the theory, it's the tool. It doesn't mean we just want to give homeless people fancy homes and then walk away from them. It's not that at all. And then the last thing I will say is we're still in a position, and I think it's changed over time, but around 5 years ago, when the housing crisis really exploded on the West Coast and in California, most people viewed homeless people as criminals. And the good news is we've evolved away from that, not entirely, but mostly. But the bad news is now we're all fixated on mental health crises. And now my fear is now we're looking at all homeless people as being in desperate need of mental health. And while some of that is true for many of the people, it's not entirely true. There are plenty of people in the homeless community who, they're not criminals, they're not drug addicts. Fortunately, they don't suffer any major mental health issues. What they suffer from is having fallen into extreme poverty, right? So obviously it's complex, and it requires a multitude of interventions and services at multiple layers, levels, what have you. But poverty, we believe that if we could manage to prevent homelessness from poverty, that may well be half of the population. So our program, just a few months ago, we housed a 90-year-old gentleman who had been homeless for a couple of years. He wasn't or isn't and wasn't a criminal, didn't have any drug addiction issues, didn't have mental health issues. When he lost his spouse a few years prior, their fixed income was reduced by half, so he lost their housing. He couch surfed with friends successfully for a few years, but eventually ended up homeless and into our system. Fortunately, we were able to find housing for him. But that's just one example of someone who doesn't fit the stereotype that the public seems to have or wants to have because it's convenient. So again, local government fun fact, Housing First only means the housing is the first tool, the primary tool. It doesn't mean it's the only tool to address homelessness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Manager. Okay, our next item, Councilman Perrella.
I would like to say something on the city manager's report, this last part. When I first got involved in the city council, I had much different views on the homeless situation than I do now. But having heard, and I hope everybody here and whoever watches this, and I wish more people would pay attention to what's going on, the issue of the 90-year-old gentleman. You imagine yourself in a situation where something happens, somebody gets sick, somebody dies that's helping make ends meet in your family, or you lose a job, and you start eating on what savings you have, and you start eating, and eventually you get to a spot where you cannot make ends meet, and you end up on the street. And I'm bringing this up because I serve as a representative on the city, for this city, on something the Ventura County it's called VCOG, Ventura County Organization of Governments. Every city in Ventura County is on that board. And the most recent meeting, one thing that came up, a tremendous amount of those representative council members from those cities are seeing the light that drugs and alcohol are not the biggest thing that makes people homeless. When people become homeless, after a while, you lose faith, you get depressed, and drugs and alcohol become something to help you cope. And it's a downward spiral. And I want to share that with you because just think for yourself. If all of a sudden you lost your income for a period of time and you couldn't pay your bills, and then you were on the street, how are you going to get, for example, an apartment? They need first month, last month, and a security deposit. If you had that, you wouldn't be homeless. It's a big net that a lot of people have fallen through. And I want to thank the city manager and the city staff for bringing that up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next item is, this is City Council. Any announcements that you'd like to make at this time, or any items that you'd like to put in the future? And we got 3 minutes, and we'll start off with Mr. Turan, Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple quick items here. First is our neighborhood council meetings that you can find if you live in District 2. The first is tomorrow night for the River Park Neighborhood Council at 6 p.m. at Rio Vista Middle School. The following night on Thursday the 18th, you can find the Carriage Square Neighborhood Council and the Sierra Linda Neighborhood Council, both meeting at 7 p.m. within the schools inside those respective neighborhoods. Those are at 7 p.m. Then next Wednesday, the 24th, Wagon Wheel Neighborhood Council will be meeting at 6 p.m. And I do want to go back to our appointment item just very quickly and thank the Youth Coalition of Oxnard for the information and for presenting. And I hope that the general public and my colleagues on the City Council can understand and appreciate the amount of work that went into it. And I think that Patty did a great job of pointing out that these young people also go to school all day. They have homework and other assignments. They have their other extracurricular activities they do, and they still focus their time and energy on this project and this issue that was important to them. And I appreciate the amount of work that went into that, and also the underlying messages and skills they got in the process, such as data and research gathering and coordinating and organizing their time and their effort, and then also looking at existing policies, looking at the general plan for the city and seeing how does this fit with what they're asking of this council. And so I just want to thank them again for the great work that went into that, and to the staff who worked with them from Bright, and then also our staff. I saw Mr. Hummel was on there and a few other folks who were able to facilitate the tours and the research they did in food insecurity and addressing that within the city of Oxnard. And then we also had Public Works up here, so a quick shout out to our Public Works team. This is something I've been meaning to bring up, and I keep kind of failing to put it into my notes, but I want to thank them for a large sidewalk panel on 5th Street, which just west of H or Hobson, that had been lifted significantly by several inches by a tree that was on the parkway there. And it had been like that for several years. I know it predated my time on council because I remember seeing it. I think it even predated the 311 app. That's how long it had been like that. It was a big job, and if you go over there, it looks seamless. You know, the tree had to be removed, I guess, because of the damage it was doing. But they put a new sidewalk panel there, and I can't help but think that That may not have been able to have been done if it were not for Measure E. So thank you again to the voters who brought that in. But it was significant. I had reported it. Other residents had reported it. But the biggest thing for me was a constituent who lived in the neighborhood adjacent to that, who is a double amputee on her legs and relies on her motor wheelchair to travel around the city. And I've seen her a number of times in downtown Oxnard and out at the Centennial Plaza. And she had asked me when that was going to get repaired. And I said, I know it's coming, that it's something that's been reported and they're looking at it. And, she mentioned to me that it's difficult to navigate for someone in a wheelchair who also, if they were to tip over and fall, does not have the ability to help themselves back up and would have to rely on someone else. So those are the types of things that I want to thank our public works staff and all of our staff who go into making these repairs and improvements on our city, knowing that at the end of the day, our residents truly do benefit whether we see that or not. And my last item is, at our last meeting, you may have seen that we had to pull the item about the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and I believe the mayor was able to provide that proclamation in person at his office later in the week.
They were very, very happy about that.
Yes.
They couldn't make it, but they apologized for not being here.
Yes,
And
and
of course, I called the city manager, but he didn't respond.
Well, I just wanted to follow up on that, though. I was going to take the opportunity during that proclamation to remind folks that our Asian American and Pacific Islander population is still the target and subject of discrimination, violence, and hate in the United States. And according to Stop AAPI Hate, which is a coalition you can find online, they've had to them reported about 11,000 incidents of hate towards that population since 2020 and the onset of the pandemic. And so just want to remind folks that's still something that is happening to our neighbors and people today. And please keep that in mind. And if you see discrimination or hate happening to anyone, do not be afraid of calling that out or making sure that it's addressed in some way. And when it comes to our AAPI population, I hope that they know that at least this council has expressed their support for their well-being in the past, and I continue to do so, and I imagine my colleagues do as well. So thank you. Those are my comments, Mayor.
Thank you for sharing that, and I apologize. I see Housing Commissioner Andrade, do you have anything you'd like to share? No? Thank you. Councilmember Madrigal?
Thank you. I'll begin with actually a quick phone call that I received this weekend, and that is a sense of gratitude from members of the public who actually called me about the bulky item drop-off days that are done actually most weekends, I guess now, with the schedule and everything. They were speaking highly of the services the city provided at the Blackstock neighborhood this past weekend. And just looking at it, the success, I know it's called bulky item drop-off, what most people previously would call the neighborhood cleanup days. They're very grateful for this service, and knowing that, even if it's in a different neighborhood than yours, you're able to drop things off as long as you show proof of residence here in the city of Oxnard. Tomorrow, you have two neighborhood meetings in my district, one at Westlake Village at Brickey School and the other at Rose Avenue for the Rose Park neighborhood. And then next week, Thursday, May 25th, the Rio Lindo neighborhood is actually meeting at Rio Lindo School. And lastly, 2 weeks from tomorrow, the 31st, East Village is meeting at Rio Rosales School. Continuing on, over this past weekend, I had the privilege of attending the Anderson Pack House Festival in Ventura. Good turnout. I did see a lot of people here from the city of Oxnard. Even though the Carnival Festival wasn't held here this year, it was still had a lot of Oxnard residents being there. You had the band at Oxnard High School perform and the Channel Islands dance team. And last thing I want to touch on, I know it passed, and fortunately, I don't think any of us went over this, but happy late Mother's Day to all mothers here. Just today, sometimes, you know, being a teacher, sometimes you may say things and you don't necessarily know how it affects other students. I had an issue with a student the last 2 days and happened to realize that his mom passed away like 3-4 years ago. So just the aspect of it being Mother's Day kind of brought past things up, and, you know, just having a bad, you know, couple of days. So in all, just happy belated Mother's Day to all mothers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Becerra?
You know, I also wanted to wish all the mothers a happy Mother's Day. They do a lot for each and every one of us, and none of us wouldn't be here if it wasn't for mothers. So we are like the superwoman, and we do it all, just so everybody knows.
Agreed.
So whatever, you know, we say goes. No, I'm just kidding. So, and it's also graduation season. We have a lot of college graduations happening at our community college, at our universities, and I want to wish all our students that are graduating a congratulatory from me, and wish them all the best in their new endeavors as they start a new chapter in their life. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Councilman Perrella?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everyone that came today and the public speakers that spoke. And I'd like to make a couple of comments, not necessarily in any specific order. With respect to the Asian Pacific Islanders community, we recently lost a member of that community named Marietta June Kim. And who was she? She was the sister of Mr. Bill Suhu, who was the city of Oxnard mayor. The Suhu family is from Oxnard. She grew up here. The second thing I'd like to comment on, the Oxnard Police Department's annual memorial service, tomorrow, 10:30 to 11:30. The comments today are well taken, but I would like those people that made those comments to just listen for a second. That service recognizes 6 police officers that died in the line of service for the city of Oxnard. Mr. Andrew McNaughton, William E. Kelly, Frederick J. Clark, John Adair, James E. O'Brien, and James R. Jensen Jr. Now, I can tell you, Mayor Pro Tem is not here today. I assume it's an illness. But when I attend that service and I sit next to Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, he was on duty when multiple ones of these passed away, were killed. They didn't pass away, they were killed. And it's a much more touching event knowing that's going on. There are men and women that serve this country, whether they're in public safety, public works, or your council. They're trying to do the very best they can for the city. I'd just like the people to remember, there are people that gave their life for this city. The next thing, I want to thank, again, Reverend Runyon. I'm glad he comes to these meetings because his comment about community accountability, right on the button. That counts for me too, my accountability. And my accountability goes to this. I believe it was a lady that spoke on the tour of Westport. I was on that tour with another elected official, members of the city council, members of the city staff. Issues were brought up, and I know from seeing it going on right now, the curbs are being painted red. I believe that will happen probably within the week because you brought it up at that time. Those items were pushed. One of the items that was pushed was you had a concern with the Oxnard School District and their piece of property, and there were trees and there were homeless living in there. The city couldn't do anything about it. It's the school district. The other was you wanted certain residents in certain commercial private housing areas removed because they were becoming a problem. That's a landlord-tenant issue. The city didn't get involved in that. We didn't ignore it, but you brought some good points. I want to thank you. Another issue is with respect to the brush that's on the beach. I'm getting complaints, why isn't the brush being picked up? Why isn't the brush being picked up? Your Public Works Department is very well aware of it. But there's another overlying entity called the California Coastal Commission. And Public Works will correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm not too big to admit that I make mistakes. But there is a bird and a breeding system. So they can't clean up the beach because there's particular birds during a breeding system, they can't clean it up. When that passes, they will clean it up. My notes. The Public Works program, that they will have an opportunity to see what's Public Works. You know, some of the youth may not look at that, but moms and dads, these are good jobs. These are careers. Take a look and see what's available because, you know, there's a lot of people. You had some people up on the stage. The Public Works, I think he said 500 people in that. Those are good careers. And take a look what's available because the people that are working in Public Works, they eventually will retire. They need people to move into those slots. The Community Accountability Pointer. I want to thank the city manager for the pointer that he uses when he uses that PowerPoint. That is tremendous. I wish we had that for the public when they want to do that, but I know that we have a problem. They walk away, commonly called, they get taken. But that is a terrific tool that we have and we use. The last thing, 2 points that I have been being dinged on pretty good by residents throughout the city of Oxnard. The dumpsters. We have dumpsters at commercial units, large dumpsters, and most of them are at apartments, condominiums, and they overflow with trash. It is not because the city doesn't pick them up. It's because the frequency of the pickups need to be addressed. That's something the owners and the cities will, I'm sure, work on it. I volunteer to go with anybody that inspects that stuff. We have dumpsters where the trash is thrown over the enclosure. If it goes in the dumpster, it goes in the dumpster. Now, I'm speaking as a person who worked on a garbage truck. When those people have to pull that dumpster out of that enclosure, they got to run over all the garbage that's on the ground. They're not expected to pick it up, just as I wouldn't expect you to pick up my garbage. But then when the dumpster is outside, we're expecting them to smash the garbage in the dumpster, in the container again. That's got to change. I believe that comes under, again, Reverend Runyon's community accountability. It's got to be addressed. If those landlords are having more people in those units than is expected, and they need more pickups, they're going to have to address it. And the pickups don't come free. The last is, this has been an ongoing thing for several years. Again, today, I got hammered, and I appreciate that. Somebody had took the time to raise hell. The licensed food trucks that are competing with the unlicensed and unregulated food trucks. They're asking who's responsible. They want certain things done. We've had presentations by Ventura County Environmental Health. They regulate that stuff. And I just wanted to share that. And Mayor, that's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Valenzuela.
Yes, thank you so much. On May 5th, I was able to join community leaders at the Port of Wainimi for its 86th birthday anniversary. So it was really nice to see the worlds colliding between the community and some of my coworkers out there. On May 10th, I joined some of the healthcare workers with SEIU UHW at St. John's Hospital to support their contract negotiations. I know they're going to be, some of them are going to be on strike next week. The closest facility is in Thousand Oaks at Los Robles Medical Center. I also want to say thank you to some of our community members who have taken initiative to meet with our Chief Benitez and our public safety officials regarding some of the police shootings that took place recently, and was also very pleased to see the number of students that spoke to us tonight through the Youth Coalition of Oxnard to form community gardens and tackle food insecurity within our city. And another thank you to Public Works for moving so promptly to patch up the Channel Islands Boulevard and Ventura Road hole that is developed over the previous weekend. I will be speaking at two different neighborhood council meetings this week. On Wednesday, May 17th, at the Bryce Canyon North and South Neighborhood Council meeting at 6:30 p.m. at the Eo Green Junior High cafeteria. And on Thursday, May 18th, at the Redwood Neighborhood Council meeting at 6 p.m. at Our Savior's Evangelical Lutheran Church on Redwood Street. And finally, happy belated Mother's Day to all self-identified females who serve as a positive role model for others. Thank you.
Thank you, and I know it was said over and over again, but I want to thank our Youth Coalition of Oxnard. You guys did an excellent job. Thank you for providing all that food for our residents, and we're in good hands, and I really thank you so much for that. Additionally, I want to thank Public Works again. Like I said, I worked for Public Works for many, many years, and I want to share this, which I think is really important. I believe that we probably have the best staff in the city that I've ever worked with. That's from our employees all the way down from the lowest employee in pay-wise, not in whatever, all the way to the top. I believe we have the best city employees in the county, and also probably the best city council I've ever worked with. And I really believe that we really have a good team. We don't always agree on the same things because people have different opinions, but I believe we have our best city employees and our best staff, city manager, city attorney, and staff, and our city council. Also, I want to thank the mothers. It was really important that we had Mother's Day. In fact, I lost my mother several years ago, but on Mother's Day, I woke up and I told my wife, Mary Ellen, you're my mom now. Where do you want to go? We've only been married for 200 years, so. But she wanted to go to Solvang, so we took her to Solvang. We had a great, great time. Additionally, I also want to commend my grandson, Jacob Zaragoza. He earned his master's degree from CLU, and he has his degree is going to be in family counseling and also in mental health therapy. And we talk about mental health, and he is really already has patients, believe it or not, that he's working with. He's currently working for the school district in Thousand Oaks with mental health, and he's really doing a good job. And he worked as a trainee in the county of Ventura, and they called him up too when he graduates. Mental health is really, really important, and also the family counseling. So I'm really proud of him. So I just want to commend him for that. So with that in mind, I just again, want to thank our police department. Like always, I know that Chief Benita's got a lot of accommodations, and commend. You're doing a good job, Chief. I just want to share that with you. And our fire department. Raise your hand, fire department, for the good work. Thank you so much. Okay, our next item is the review of the consent agenda item. Do we have any speakers in this item at all, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, so we have items number 1 to 5. Council members, any concerns on this item? Any one of those items? If not, we need a motion, 1 to 5.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Basua, second by Councilman Madrigal. Please vote. 5 items. And our commissioner's here for the public hearing. Right. Okay. So we're, okay.
Thank you. Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is, this is M1.
My apologies. Mayor Pro Tem
seven,
McDonald
and one
is absent, so it's 7-0. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, May 16, 2023, City Council, M1. This is a time and place to set for a public hearing, M1 Housing Department. Subject is the adoption of fiscal year 2023-24 Annual Action Plan and amend Oxnard Citizen Participant Plan. The recommendation is that the City Council, number 1, conduct a public hearing regarding the fiscal year 2023-24 Annual Action Plan and funding recommendations and the amended Oxnard Citizen Participation Plan. To approve the fiscal year 2023 Annual Action Plan with the recommended use of funds for selected activities that conform with the City of Oxnard Consolidated Plan goals as defined in the Ventura County Regional Consolidation Consolidated Plan. 3, approve the updated changes in the amended Oxnard Citizen Petition Plan. 4, authorize the city manager and his designee to incorporate the final grant allocations in 2023 Annual Action Plan and authorize the budget appropriations for the fund administration and projects, including the ability to increase or decrease project funding by 10% or up to the administration amount allowed of the administering staff, whichever is greater. And 5, authorize the city manager's designee to incorporate any recommended changes resulting from the public input for fiscal year 23-24 Annual Action Plan and amend Oxnard Citizen Participation Plan as directed by the City Council, including the authorization of funding appropriations and revenue of expenditures and budget changes up to 10% of each grant. And 6, authorize the city manager's designee to execute the required applications, certifications, and other pertinent documents for submission to the fiscal year 2023-24 Action Plan, Annual Action Plan, and amended Oxnard Citizen Participation Plan to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. And 7, authorize the city manager and his designee to execute all agreements necessary for the implementation of the Annual Action Plan, including sub-recipients, interdepartmental, and intra-departmental agreements. We start off with the city clerk's certification of publications and any written communications, if any. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on April 13th, 2023. And the city clerk's office has received written communications on this item and have been forwarded to council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website and in person. If you did not sign up, you can sign up now by following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting in the city's website, oxnard.org/citymeetings/. The Housing Department Grants Manager, Andrea Palmer, posted a video presentation regarding this item, and Director Ramirez is available here to answer any brief questions or clarifying questions council members may have now before the public testimony on this item. Council members will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council member have any questions of Mr. Ramirez at this time? Council members? No? Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to open the public hearing, and speaker has 3 minutes to speak on this item. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any public speakers for this public hearing.
Okay, so then if we do not have any speakers at this time, I'm closing the public hearing. Do any council members wish to make any comments at this time?
If not, I'll move the recommended action.
You want to go ahead and, okay, go ahead, Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you. This came to the committee level 3 weeks ago. Yeah, 3 weeks ago. I know last time we were at committee, it was just me and the mayor. And I did say yes. I said yes because it needed to come here. Again, this time I'm gonna have to vote no, simply being the mental health aspect of it. I understand it's a limited budget and I completely understand that aspect of it. But we are not, we could help provide some mental health for our community, and we are not doing that. And realistically speaking, you know, speakers here have said today, we've had 3 police-involved shootings, and a lot of it has to do with some aspects. And I know this here necessarily is not going to fix it, and I totally agree. But we do have other members of our community who are struggling to get any of these mental health services that have nothing to do with homelessness, that this goes a long way in getting families help, because I know actually who COU helps with this money. I know it's a lot of family services, and it's, you know, I know no longer students, but professionals are getting their hours in, so they're not being paid or paid to do this, it's part of their hours. And I feel that it's something that is really needed in our community. So for that reason, I'm a vote no on this.
Okay, Mr. Ramirez, and I'd like to respond to them.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilman. Two items. First, we are proposing funding for a nonprofit called Turning Point. Turning Point does offer mental health services. In this case, Turning Point is a homeless services provider, but within that space, they do offer mental health services. Second point.
Okay, did this change from 3 weeks ago? Because I clearly asked you at the committee level if anything was being provided in mental services, and you told me flat out no.
Yeah, I acknowledge that, sir, and I failed to include that within the homeless services provision, they are providing mental health services. They are providing, Turning Point is a homeless services provider, but within that space, they provide mental health services. CLU is not a homeless services provider. They are a mental health services provider, and so their services are broader to the general community than to the homeless community. And so that distinction, you're correct, and I apologize that I failed to make. But there is that homeless versus open community distinction. Second, the item before you is a draft plan, and this is the last opportunity that we have as a public hearing to consider changes to that draft plan before we submit it to HUD. We have not yet submitted it, and so if there is a desire to make a change, we can still make that change per the council's direction. He's not
gonna. Any additional comments?
So,
Go ahead.
sorry.
Councilman Basua?
So when you're asking about change, you're asking about policy change, or you're asking about money that is being allocated in the CDBG categories?
A little bit of both. We can consider reprogramming or rebudgeting the allocation that we have. We have a fixed amount from HUD, so we can increase the overall, but how we distribute it amongst the various nonprofits, we can make that change. In terms of policy, we do have a 5-year plan, and we have to ensure that we are complying with that 5-year plan, although it's fairly broad. We also have to make sure that we are in compliance with the regulations of the funding source. But again, as long as it's a nonprofit that is providing service to the low-income community, for the most part, it should be eligible.
We're in the 4th year of the plan, I think, or?
We are in the 4th year of the plan.
Fourth year now,
Yes,
right.
Where within the, I see the ESG, I see the CDBG, and I'd like to be sensitive to Councilmember Madrigal's wishes in order to provide additional mental health, and mental health month is, I believe, is upon us.
Right.
So I think it'd be a good way, but I understand that these are the recommendations. Without going into much detail, in regards to the Oxnard Housing Authority Housing Supportive Services, what does that pertain? What will that include with the $73,000?
It is a staff person that would work on providing supportive services or case management to a program within the Housing Authority to offer opportunity for housing for otherwise homeless persons. I should mention that.
So these positions, does that position already exist within your department?
No, this is a new position. This is a new position or contract that we'll be creating, a new unit that we are establishing. I should also mention for a little bit of Councilman Madrigal's question and some of your questions, Councilwoman, as well. The Turning Point Foundation is proposed to be funded out of the ESG funding, and the CLU proposal would have been funded or could be funded out of the CDBG fund, not out of ESG, because ESG is for homeless services. So a little bit of different pot and a little bit of a different method of providing home or mental health services.
I think it's great that we want to have an additional person come in here and provide services, but if we don't have the services, I'm not quite sure what that person is going to do.
For the housing authority?
Yeah. And whether or not, why isn't that the housing authority can absorb this staff member?
The proposed person would be providing navigation, case management services to a person that is in receipt of a voucher, a rental assistance voucher, whether
Right.
it's EHV or.
But that's why we have housing specialists.
I understand that, and so I'm just trying to be responsive. So the distinction that we have between that, what I'll just refer to for the general public, that Section 8 worker, right?
Mhm.
And this person would be that the Section 8 worker is processing the method to accomplish the voucher, whereas this person would be essentially holding their hand to going to the landlord, finding the landlord, assisting in that effort that otherwise the voucher recipients would be doing potentially on their own.
I understand that, but Mr. Ramirez, as you know, HOPMA is coming on board, which is going to take a lot of the administrative burden away from the housing specialist. It's going to cut the workload by 50%. I don't see a need if that is coming down the pipes, which is here, January. Your housing specialists are going to have a lot more time on their hands. Maybe that is something that they can take on. HOPMA is really going to reduce the burden, the administrative burden for the housing authorities. Maybe we can allocate that resource, maybe still within your department, but maybe partnering up with the mental health.
So,
I mean, it's just an idea.
No, I thank you and agreed. So if your recommendation or suggestion is that we reprogram some of the money that might be going to the Oxnard Housing Authority for the purposes of the mental health program, I think that that's viable and we can do that. And agreed, could we find another source to provide that service that we're proposing? I think absolutely yes.
Yeah, I would like to see, and maybe this is within your scope, but maybe finding somebody that really has that mental health background to be out on the streets, to bring them in to the housing programs for you to assist them. I don't know. I mean, I'm just in the mental health aspect of it, but still working with your department to make sure that you are, doing exactly what it is that you guys need to be doing, and housing people.
Yeah, I totally agree. And in addition to which, while I haven't negotiated this, I'm fairly comfortable that CLU, if asked, that they would provide that service to the housing authority.
Yeah, because if we go out to our community, and I'll give an example of South Oxnard, we see a lot of people on the streets that can really use that one-on-one outreach. Not that they will take it, but somebody with that experience, just to try to get them, somewhere would be great. Still assisting your department, but also, coming back and really focusing on the mental aspect of wellness for our community.
Agreed, thank you.
Okay, we have our city manager then, Councilman Ron.
Yes, I want to jump in a little bit here. So first of all, couple things. I appreciate the concern over the issues, and within the parameters of this federal funding, you have your discretion, again, as long as it complies with their requirements. So that makes sense. So these recommendations are recommendations. They can be changed on the floor, even if we need to have a recess for staff to figure out how to juggle the numbers. That is the council's prerogative. But on the broader policy question, though, I want to caution the council from veering into, until we actually have a detailed policy discussion and debate, I want to caution the council of veering into funding for mental health services, because municipalities, with very, very few exceptions in California, have never been set up to provide mental health services. That is
county
essentially the jurisdiction, the responsibility, and the funding of the county. And one of my biggest frustrations with the housing crisis, housing and homeless crisis, is all of the state's money that is set aside for homeless services goes to the counties, not to the cities where most of the homeless crisis is happening. And for whatever the reasons in the history, the state does give direct funding to the 13 largest cities in California to deal with homelessness. But the rest of us, we're on our own. So my fear is if we start to fund and get into a specialty that we have no history and preparation for, we're going to start taking on yet another responsibility that is in the purview of the county via the state, or the state via the county. So I just want to caution. Now, having said that, I also fear that the future of most cities in California that are struggling with homeless crisis, that we're all going to creep into this arena. My concern is, again, though, without adequate funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Turan, and then followed by Perrella. Councilman Turan.
Thank you, and I appreciate the points raised by Councilmember Madrigal and Councilwoman Basua, and I thank the city manager for bringing up that point, because it is something that crossed my mind as well. At what level are we looking at duplicative services with what the county is offering? But then I also recognize my second point, which is that the County of Ventura's capacity to serve the entire county, let alone the city of Oxnard's needs, has proven to be limited, especially with staffing shortages and workloads that existing mental health professionals have within that system. And so it sounds like, based on the discussion right now with the points Councilwoman Basua brought up and Mr. Ramirez, is that something that we could certainly look at, and it sounds like it would be either a staffed position or potentially an agreement with CLU or even Turning Point to provide the service that my colleagues have brought up as being important. And they absolutely are important. If we have the ability to do that in a meaningful and efficacious way, I think that we should certainly look at that. I know we've passed the time for questions that were kind of on deliberation here, but I think I appreciate having the time to do this. A question for you, Mr. Ramirez. You had mentioned Turning Point Foundation is within the purview of their services they provide to unhoused individuals. They also have a mental health component to that. And looking at the recommended funding for that, do you think that that capacity for them to do that at the level of need we have in Oxnard is viable? Should we be looking at CLU? Should we look at other options here? I'm just wondering, the question is, does Turning Point have the capacity to do that mental health component based on what we're talking about here?
Whether they have the capacity or training, I would imagine yes, although I don't know that I can answer that faithfully. However, that's not the program that they operate. They operate a homeless services program wherein mental health is one of a myriad of causes to homelessness. And so their program is geared to providing a treatment, if you will, to homelessness. Whereas CLU is not. CLU is providing mental health services. Homeless or otherwise, on the general open. So could we ask Turning Point to offer that service to the Housing Authority? Yes, I think we could, although I don't think it's within their program purview to respond to that, versus CLU could. Maybe. I say maybe because I haven't asked them that.
So it's specific to homeless for housing.
Turning Point is a homeless services provider that happens to do it via mental health.
Okay.
Versus COU is a college that is training people to be in the homeless services field.
Exactly right, yeah.
So I would imagine through Turning Point, it sounds to me like the staff who work directly with individuals who are receiving the services, they come up with some kind of treatment plan, recovery plan, navigation plan, whatever they title it as, but it's going to assess each individual case by case and say this person's in need of housing, mental health, vouchers, et cetera, and that individual's plan, they kind of help them navigate that. Is that correct?
Good point. So they provide what is that individualized case plan for the person. And if that person's individualized case plan requires mental health services, they provide that. They could also require substance abuse services or other kind of employment services or something else, and they would provide those as well. But they're not necessarily vocational employment professionals. They're this homeless services professional. So
good.
within that realm, they provide the services as well. I should also mention that CLU yes, it is a mental health services program, but it's also really an educational program. It's helping a person to be educated and trained in that field so that they can go into that, they receive their certificate, their diploma, their degree in that field and to be able to work in that field. So it is kind of from a different angle.
Understood. Okay. And I agree with Councilmember Madrigal. If we have the ability to ensure that we do have some level of mental health services, because I think I can say certainly there will be a need for those who we are going to serve. I'd rather have it and not need it rather than the other way around. And I have a feeling we will need it. And so if there's a way that we could figure that out, or I guess my line of question is looking at within what's been recommended, do we meet the need for what Councilmember Madrigal and Councilwoman Basul are bringing up right now as far as mental health services and us being able to tap into that through these providers if and when it comes up as a need?
So specific to the housing authority.
Yeah, so based on these recommendations, do we have that ability within those recommendations now as it stands to meet the need that my colleagues are asking about?
We would have to, first of all, we cannot afford to fund their entire ask, which was 85,000, 81,000. So we wouldn't be able to afford the entire request. So we would have to figure out a way to reprogram, partially funding some other program.
Within that funding?
Within the recommendation. Now, that other program could very well be the Housing Authority and essentially split the two requests in some way. Also, I'd have to do it quickly tomorrow. Well, Andrea would have to do it quickly tomorrow. So we would like to do it in a way where, yes, they're providing mental health services to the community, but also a pathway to education, degree, and employment. I mean, if we can see it as a vocational program, in addition to mental health services program, then it creates jobs and it creates other things that are also beneficial to the community, and we would be able to kind of pursue all those other objectives at the same time.
So it sounds like we're diversifying our portfolio here for those we serve through this.
Yeah, and we will not be able to afford everything, but kind of pieces of different things.
Okay. Within the 85,000.
Well, within the amount that we have listed in the 347,000.
47,000. Okay.
We would have to be able to allocate programs. Now, I wouldn't necessarily, I would not recommend that we defund the Oxnard Rec Department in Colonia and South Winds Parks and et cetera. I think we need to fund shelter care resources as well. But I would look at the possibility of reallocating the funding to Livingston Memorial and the Oxnard Housing Authority.
Okay. And just from a process and operational standpoint, is that something that you would need time to go back and do? Or as the city manager mentioned, would a recess before we vote on this item be sufficient?
We would need a vote to occur right now and give me direction. And I would not have an opportunity to return to council for final approval. I would have to have clear direction right now so I can make that change.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ashley, you want to share anything before we go with Councilman Perrella? Go ahead.
Yeah, we don't necessarily need a recess. What we need is clear direction from council of what the exact amount you want to defund out of one of those programs and how much you want to put towards CLU, if that's the recommendation that is coming out of this. And if you,
Out of how many dollars?
that is, so there's a total of 347,087. And if you have your slide presentation at all, it starts on slide 5, 6, and continues on to 7. Those are the organizations and the amount that we've recommended the funding to get to that maximum amount. CLU asked for 81,700, and we recommended no funding. The ones that Emilio just indicated that he could recommend making a change to were Livingston Memorial Visiting Nurses. That was an $8,000 recommendation. They had asked for 20,000. Emilio also suggested that potentially the Oxnard Housing Authority Housing Support Services, which is currently recommended at 73,000, that you could reallocate money from there towards CLU.
To move it over, okay.
Emilio, were there any others that you would recommend them looking to?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
My recommendation would be that we reallocate the $73,000 from the Oxnard Housing Authority Supportive Services and allocate it to the CLU, Oxnard Cares Affordable Mental Health Services, and leave everything else the same.
So for the full 73?
Yes,
completely
they requested 81,700. Let's just do the 73.
And that should do it. But,
Councilwoman, just for clarity, they requested 87,000.
Right.
So,
So
your
Eight-
spreadsheet
81
says 81,700.
was 81.7, right?
So, but understood. So if you would like us to replace CLU for the 73,000, the second line item in public services, and allocate that 73,000 to CLU instead of that line item of the housing authority, if that is the direction, we can make that change.
Yeah, so I will make that recommended action, and I will repeat it again, that we reallocate the $73,000 currently to the Oxnard Housing Authority Supported Services and reallocate it to the CLU, Oxnard Cares Affordable Mental Health Services.
As an amendment to what they're proposing, right?
What amendment?
No, wait a
Yes.
minute, we're reallocating.
Yes, we are allocating.
Reallocating is a better word. But before we continue, Councilman Perrella, you'd like to share?
Just parliamentary, is there a motion on the floor? Because I made a motion and then it was never seconded, so you're making an amendment. Is there a motion that you're making an amendment to?
No,
It's a
no,
motion.
There is no motion.
No
on the floor.
motion,
Okay.
no.
Okay, I'd like to,
So I just made a motion.
You have a motion?
okay, you just
didn't
made a
re-
motion.
yes.
Okay, I
somebody
just wanted to
else?
clarify where we were.
So it's 73,000 is what you're looking at?
Okay, number one, I would like to thank Mr. Madrigal, Oscar Madrigal, Councilman Madrigal, for bringing up that there was a discrepancy from the committee meeting, and I believe you said there were two members
Yeah,
of
me
that
and him.
meeting,
Right.
and that you found something that was, that you
No, he
were
mentioned
given
it.
information that now has apparently changed, and I appreciate you bringing that up. It's important, the facts.
I don't think it was ever mentioned as well.
Something about, you asked a question about mental health.
Yeah.
And the information you got was different from what we have here.
Right.
So facts and evidence matter, and I really appreciate any council member doing that, and I want to thank you. But something that is irking at me, and I let the chips fall where they may. CLU asked for X amount of money, and we're, according to this proposal that we have in front of us, is getting zero. But as I'm hearing, it sounds as if CLU is a teaching thing to teach people how to deal with this stuff, for lack of a better way to say it, similar to an apprentice program. And we are dealing with a housing issue to try to get people that have a mental health issue into housing. And the way that it has been allocated here look like, from what I understand from our housing director, that the services would be better used in the way that they are identified here, because some of the people, whether they work for the city or any other agency that is identified receiving funds, would do a better job of getting somebody with some mental issues into a home versus allowing people that are maybe technically gifted or students or graduates working with mental health individuals to learn something. We're trying to get somebody in a house and get them a little bit of mental health. That's where I'm having a problem, because if we're gonna reallocate for the CLU, I wanna know that these guys are gonna put somebody as much effort into getting somebody in a house as we are with the programs that our staff has identified. I'm not challenging any of the council members, and maybe I'm not up to speed on this, but just in hearing what one agency does and what agency doesn't do, I think I'm pretty close to being on the button. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
Councilman.
But Mr. Mayor, can I share real quick? The CLU students work with professors, you know, that work alongside the CLU students.
Yes, so.
I know that for.
Councilman and Mayor, sorry. Alex.
Go ahead. I know that the CLU students work with actual professors, you know, that guide them side by side. They shadow those students, and I know that for a fact anyway. So
I remember you mentioning that you have a family member.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But my concern is, and I'm not.
No.
Is do those people help these people get in housing?
What you're looking at, and if I understand it correctly, if you have a homeless individual that's within the housing authority, then they need help mentally. Those individuals would help. Is that correct? No, am I misunderstanding?
No. Yes,
I'm
sorry.
Go ahead and explain that to me then.
I apologize. I've managed to confuse you, and my apologies. First of all, yes, the program that CLU offers is to accomplish a degree. A degree in mental health services requires work in the field. As part of the training, they have to work in the field. And so it's in the field training in order to accomplish that degree.
They do.
Okay, but it's part of the class, if you will, field level training. Okay, and so that's what that is. And in the field level training, they can offer services to the community, including a nonprofit, including us, whoever, as long as they're providing field level services. But it is part of the educational program.
Right.
Okay, that's one thing. Next, to respond to Councilman Perella's point, I would say CLU, the Housing Authority, everybody that applies has merit and good merit. And admittedly, we have to make a tough decision because we only have a limited amount of money. And if we had unlimited amount of money, would we fund everybody? Probably so. Okay, because no one out there is providing a bad service. But we only have a certain amount of money, and so we have to make a decision. The program that the Housing Authority is offering and that Turning Point is offering, that CLU is offering, are not the same program. There are different programs with different objectives, different things in mind, accomplishing a different thing. But admittedly, they're all good programs and they're all chasing the same dollar, and so we have to decide how to break it apart. The Housing Authority is offering two programs. One, a program for activity delivery to a senior citizen living in one of our public housing sites. That's one program, that's the senior services program. The other one is navigation services to a person that is previously homeless, now with a Section 8 voucher in their hand looking for a place to live. So they help them to navigate the system looking for rentals to use that voucher. Okay, that is not necessarily mental health services, but it is a navigator of that voucher. Turning Point is a whole different program, and they offer homeless services, and they also offer housing, and they also offer placements, and et cetera. And within those delivery of services, sometimes it's in the realm of mental health services. Different program. CLU is an academic program that is looking to achieve a degree, where that degree requires field level services. And so this is providing that field level service. All of those programs are great programs, and I wish that we had enough money to fund all of them, but we simply do not. So,
if I can ask a follow-up, the 90-year-old gentleman that apparently we helped, would he have most likely gotten the help from the city program or Cal Lutheran, or that's irrelevant? Because it gets back to my thing about, I understand the value of an education, and I understand the value of an apprenticeship, and I understand the value of, say, teachers. They have a student teacher works with a regular teacher. But when you have boots on the ground, you're trying to help the most people, residents in Oxnard, that we can. And it's a 90-year, maybe I pulled something that I shouldn't have pulled with this 90-year gentleman. But I'm assuming from the way you identified it, the first part of your identification of what the city provides would have been able to help that guy versus the other two more quickly or better. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
It could have, but it didn't. Okay, the way that person was helped, and Councilman, I'm sorry, when you're working with people and homelessness, there's a lot of moving pieces and you have to respond to the need that they have. That person was helped more in lines with a program that is also being funded in this program with ESG dollars called Rapid Rehousing. And that is run by Mercy at the shelter. And when they are in the shelter and they are in need of immediate housing, they go through a program called Rapid Rehousing. And they're proposed to be funded at $58,500. And so that is more in line with how that person would have been assisted, because that person was not suffering from mental health condition.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we have motion by Councilman Basua to reallocate $73,000. We have, I'm sorry, Councilman Turan.
Thank you. So just so we're clear, I hope that Councilmember Perello's concerns or questions were clear, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Ramirez, but the CLU program, it sounds like it's the practicum for those who are in the program to get this type of career degree, licensure eventually, and this is one of the requirements is they get X number of hours of field study working directly with individuals, and this is helping them get that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so the recipients are the people who are being served by the city, and this is one of our providers who is able to provide these mental health services through that practicum field study practice of those who are students in that program.
That is correct.
Okay. So the motion was made by Councilwoman Basua, and I just want to clarify for myself and hopefully for everyone watching. So the position, or excuse me, the line item for Oxnard Housing Authority Housing Supportive Services, I heard you make the distinction on what that would be doing versus a housing support specialist, I think was the title that was put out there. If we were to zero that and then reallocate the $73,000 to CLU, this particular line item, do we have, let's see, how can I ask this? First question, is there a demonstrated need for this level and type of work versus what the other position that you mentioned would be doing?
As a specialist.
Is there a demonstrated need? Yeah, I think yes. I think we can demonstrate a need for sure. Is that need higher than the other two? I'm not sure that I can say that convincingly. And that me being a person that wants to house every homeless person that's in town. But is there a need? Absolutely.
Okay.
I would suggest if Councilwoman Basua would permit a recommendation. Essentially, if you add the $73,000 and the $36,000 that are allocated to these two housing authority programs, it amounts to $109,000. And if you split that $109,000 between CLU and the housing authority, produce $54,000 apiece. That allows us to hire the housing authority to hire a full-time senior services staff person, and then not fully fund CLU, but at $54,000 versus at $0.
Well, that's
okay.
Splitting the baby.
That's fair.
And my follow-up to that, thank you. My follow-up was demonstrated need, thank you for mentioning that. For this particular item, for the Housing Authority Housing Supportive Services program, do you have other funding sources, or was this going to be a multi-funded position or program that if we were to zero that out, that it wouldn't be going away, there'd be other opportunities to at least partially fund that? Or was this the main source of funding for this?
There are other grant sources that we could apply to. So that is definitely, we'd have to go after them and we'd have to apply to them, and we could definitely apply to them. However, to Councilwoman Basua's point, I believe, at the end of the day, the primary benefit to that previously homeless person is the actual voucher. And that actual voucher is the one that provides the biggest source of funds and benefit to that person. And that is not being sacrificed by not funding this amount.
Okay.
What the added value to that voucher is the person that's providing the support services to go help them find a unit. At the end of the day, still have the voucher. And could we somewhere identify, the funding that we would need for that navigator? We'd have to look, but we still have the voucher. So that's a significant value that is being offered. I think that was Councilwoman's point, but if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor.
So
We have a public speaker who has just dialed in for this item.
we haven't finished.
We have closed the public
Yeah,
speaking section.
Right.
However, did you want to take this caller?
Why don't we finish and then we're almost finished here and then we can.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I just wanted it to be clear that for that particular item, we're looking to zero out that I understand as part of this discussion and ultimately the vote, that we do have the ability to revisit this in some way or apply for it or fund it in some way, whether it be tonight partially funding that, if that's discussed, or additional grant opportunities that would let us revisit this position or this
Absolutely.
program.
And we remain committed to offering that program and that service within the Housing Authority,
Right.
and we will continue to pursue that opportunity.
Okay, I appreciate that.
So
Thank you.
you second the motion, then, is that what you said? And then we're going to go to Perel and then to the speaker.
Well, did Councilwoman Basua want
Was
to?
it 54?
Oh, I was
54?
just, I love this conversation. I love where it went, getting all these thoughts together and accomplishing what the need is for the city. But I do have a question. As far as the senior supportive services, what are we taking away? For the line item for $36,000, that we are combining the 36 and the 73.
What are we taking away?
Yeah, so what was that? What is it that we are no longer going to be doing with the senior supportive services?
So the senior program will be funded in its entirety, and we are
Okay, I'm sorry.
taking away the housing support services aspect of the program.
And we're looking at 54.
So we would be funding the senior support services, which is not necessarily a homeless program, but senior program, and not the second line item there, the Oxnard Housing Authority Housing Support Services, which is a homeless services program.
Okay.
Just to maybe say it another way, does the 36,000 become 54,000 in your chart?
That's my proposal, yes.
Yes, so and then the zero that was associated with CLU would become 54.
54, right.
And the Oxnard Housing Authority Senior Supportive Services will become zero.
Correct.
No.
No?
No.
I'm sorry. The senior support services becomes 54, the housing support services becomes zero.
Yeah, we'll go the other way around.
Got it, understood,
Right.
understood.
right.
We're going the other way, okay.
So we have a
Thank you.
second, and then we go to Perel.
That was my question, I
Oh,
think,
okay.
because it
So-
wasn't clear.
so we got a
Thank you,
second,
thank you very much.
Can we restate the motion?
Okay, yes, we are going to restate the motion. The motion
Yep.
is to unfund,
Reallocate.
yes, okay, so we're gonna unfund the housing supported services. And we are going to take the 73,000, reallocate 54,000 to CLU, Oxnard Cares, and the senior supportive services will become also the same amount.
And can I, Charles, and entertain the motion to approve the total recommendation, action, right? of the-
Correct.
Of the public hearing, okay? So we need to do that too. So we have, before we vote.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, regarding you've closed the public hearing, and people in reliance on the procedures of the council may not have been tuning in anymore and have the opportunity to speak. So there's a matter of fairness with reopening a public hearing once it's closed.
So
There's a
then-
reason why there's a noticed public hearing. People are given the opportunity to speak during the public hearing. Once it's closed,
It's closed.
it's unfair to others to reopen it.
Okay, so then we'll go ahead and we got the motion and a second.
I'll second.
Sir, Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I just want to restate it because some of us heard it differently.
Okay, go ahead.
Councilwoman, is it correct that your motion is to fund the Oxnard Housing Authority Senior Supportive Services at $54,500, the Oxnard Housing Authority Housing Support Services at 0, and the CLU program at $54,500?
Yes, and I was going to repeat that motion because I just did the math.
And includes to approve the entire recommendation.
And then the balance of the recommendation.
Right.
I appreciate Emilio straightening out the numbers. Thank you.
Okay, so this,
Mayor,
yes, sir.
I believe you have a second from Perillo, and then I have discussion because of the second.
You were the second? Okay. First by Basua, second by Perello.
And then discussion.
And abstention?
Real quick, no, just quick discussion on that, now that we have a second. So I have a discussion on this motion, and it's a question for our city attorney. You had mentioned the issue with the member of the public who wishes to speak after the public testimony portion has been closed. Just procedurally, the discussion we had here, we had deliberation where prior to public comment, we had the ability to ask questions of Mr. Ramirez. Where this discussion all happened now, we are in the clear on making these recommendations and changes and adjustments, and then we're okay with this, right? As far as how this.
We closed the public hearing.
Okay, just wanted to make that clear for the public and for the public record.
Yeah, because we closed the public hearing, and now we're under discussion. So please vote.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
That doesn't include also,
This is not a housing authority item. It's a City of Oxnard item.
okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Our next item is the reports. This city manager department, and this is the update on the efforts of the Mayor's Gateway Task Force and authorization of an agreement with Found Design LLC DBA Mergy for a gateway project. Recommendation that the City Council receive an update on the location of preliminary schematic designs for 4 gateways proposed by the Mayor Gateway Task Force. And authorize a city manager to execute an agreement with Found Design LLC Mergy 4, an amount not to exceed $400,000 for the proposed design, development, documentation, engineering, construction, and administration of up to 4 gateways. And authorize the city manager to initiate the design, construction, and permitting and project management of the gateway locations, a location in one in South Oxnard. In the community service development, approved this 2-0. And of course, there was a Measure M recorded presentation. But let me share a couple of items before we continue here. I'd like to share that, and then we go ahead and discuss that in September 2021, I established the Mayor's Gateway Task Force to help me lead the effort to create a new distinguishing gateways into the city as part of the City Council's 5-year priorities now, which is 7 years. This is an important effort to improve the image of our city, to add to our community civic pride, and to welcome visitors into Oxnard, and also to complement the city's restored landscaping efforts as part of Measure ME, I selected members of the task force to represent different sectors and generations in Oxnard, including education, the business community, marketing, tourism, and youth. And we've been meeting, consistently on a consistent basis with the task force that was created and we've made a lot of progress in selecting 4 locations as entry points to the city and collaborating with designs and with consultant merging for the gateways that represent the city's vibrant, unique community. So I'm honored and grateful to have worked with the Gateway Task Force. And let me share the name of those members right now. We have Armando Lopez, who's a member of the business community, Brittany Hendricks, Vice President of Marketing for Visit Oxnard, Selena Sakarinas, Senior Director of Government and Community Relations with the California State University and Channel Islands Harbor, and also Channel Islands and the Harbor Commissioner, And also we have Mr. Marvin Booz, who's a co-creator of the Neighborhood Pride resident and cleanups, Melanie Medina from the Coastal Keepers, and Renee Mendoza from Bright. Renee has changed employment since June 2027 as a result and had to resign his position. So I also want to, before we continue talking, I want to thank our volunteers for their creativity. And also the staff report and presentations that highlighted the 4 proposed locations and also the next steps in finalizing design and construction of the gateways in a multi-year, multi-phase process. I look forward to continue working with the task force, merging, and our city staff to bring these gateways to life in their city. And I want to thank our city staff for and the design committee, Mergy, for the work so far. They're both available to answer any questions today. If we have any questions on these items, council member, if we do have staff, we do have any staff that might have any questions at this time. And we have Councilman Perello. Oh, I'm sorry. Any speakers? Yep, Obama's perfect there. Okay, let me start off with the speakers, council member. We have Brittany Hendricks, and also we have, let me see, ACES, I can't read this. Can you see?
Greg Runyon.
Oh, Greg Runyon, my goodness. Greg, how come you're writing so differently now? Brittany, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Good evening. I'm Brittany Hendricks, and I work with Visit Oxnard, also known as the Oxnard Convention and Visitors Bureau. And I have had the honor of serving on Mayor Zaragoza's Gateway Task Force for nearly the past year. I'm here tonight to make public comment in support of the Gateway program for the following reasons. First impressions matter. Welcoming visitors to our city is an important part of their visit. The Gateway Task Force has thoroughly vetted the designs and reviewed multiple options and worked with the designers to revise the schematics. The proposed gateways are not simply signs, but create a monument or landmark element at major entry points to Oxnard. The use of unique patterns will allow our community to express the diversity and culture here. And along with the city's ARPA-funded wayfinding program that is also currently in its design phase with Merge, the 2 projects will work in concert to create a unique identity for Oxnard. I will also just say, with the city of Oxnard being recognized nationally as one of the most neighborly cities in the United States, there was a lot of coverage on that, and we were fortunate to see the murals that went up at Oxnard Transit Center as kind of the face of the city of Oxnard. So I think that these gateways, as we're seeing national coverage for things like Dallas Cowboys training camp, will similarly be the face of international and national coverage on television. Thank you.
And we were rated 4th friendly city across the U.S., which is really.
That's correct. Only 2 in the entire state of California.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Reverend Greg Ryan, where are you? I couldn't read your fancy writing there, Reverend.
I won't even go there. I might be in the wrong spot, though. I was wanting to speak on the precinct in the south side. Is that next? No? It's not this one. This is what I thought. So I may have done the, not only can I not write plainly, I can't think clearly, so.
Okay.
I'm back there playing pinball, so that's all.
Okay, thank you.
He's not kidding about the pinball.
I'm sorry. Okay, so we have any other speakers virtually or potentially now or?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, the gentleman, we see.
The next speakers are for N3.
Oh, okay, item 3. Oh, M3, okay. Okay, so council members,
I
Go
will move the recommended action, and it was a very great job done.
okay, thank you so much, Councilor Terra, let me see, oh, Councilor Perla,
I just have a question. The motion and the second going, but I just have questions.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, the couple of questions. I appreciate the staff report, I appreciate the volunteerism, and it's difficult to get volunteers to continue with the project and stay with it, so thank you very much. But one thing that is seriously, we're talking about the associated cost, and it's on page 251. The proposal and cost does not include construction of any gateway location. And I understand we'll be working on those costs later on, but I want the public to understand that. This $400,000 does not include the construction. So, and it's over a several year period, it's over a multi-year period. But two things that are really concerns to me. Whatever we put out there, I want it to have the best graffiti paint cover so we can wash it off. Because one of the troubling things in the city of Oxnard and going outside and representing the city of Oxnard, we get hammered. How come the bridge looks this color? How come the railroad looks that color? How come you can't match the paint? Other cities apparently have the type of graffiti covering that you can pressure wash off and it still leaves the original design. I really want that in there. The second is if we remove the current signs, we just don't junk them. People pay money for the street signs. I'm sure people will pay money for those signs. As is, where is, don't destroy them, auction them off. Those are my only concerns.
But, and we have worked on the graffiti, that's one of the things that we really were concerned about, and Mergy and the consultant and staff has really been working on that concept, and that's a good point. You know, and of course, you know, we are gonna remove the old signs and then come out with some new signs we're really gonna be very proud about that too. So, let me see, Assistant City Manager, number 11, I have a blinking here, Councilman Tehran.
Thank you. And I do also want to thank the volunteers on the task force and the mayor for putting in all of the work that they've done for us to get to this point. Just some quick things, as Councilmember Perello had mentioned, anything we can do for prevention or mitigation of graffiti would be great. I believe that in a conversation with the mayor about this item, the large letters we're looking at, it looks like potentially as design goes forward, there may be some design, micro designs to them, whether it be a vinyl wrap or a painting on them to increase their aesthetic value, but also deter folks who would maybe deface them because they are a work of art themselves. And understanding that there are some of these that may end up being popular locations for selfies when people arrive in the city of Oxnard. And I can think of a number of cities who have something similar, and you see when they're tagged location-wise that that monument or that gateway is behind that person. And as was mentioned, first impressions mean a lot and go a long way. The last thing I want to mention is regarding specifically location number 2, which is the Oxnard Boulevard corridor. As you are coming into the city and approaching Vineyard Avenue, heading southbound on Oxnard Boulevard, you pass under a small bridge going to Wagon Wheel, and you pass under a railroad trestle. And if you go look now, I can assure you there is graffiti on them now as we speak. And I did have a conversation with the city manager about this, that while this is going to be the first step of a number of steps in an extended process, I do hope that we can start working on prevention measures and cleanup measures for those two bridges to make sure that it's the norm that those get cleaned up now and stay that way moving forward. And he assured me we'd be looking at that. And I know that that's possible because the city of Ventura and the railroads did that with the railroad trestle that goes over the 101 as you're getting to the California Street exit. If you think back, I don't know, 8-10 years ago, that particular bridge was always graffitied and always defaced. And I don't recall the exact measures they took, but more often than not, now when you drive under it, it's got its bright silver paint, looks great all the time, so I know it's doable to do that. That being said, though, I hope that in looking at the design process, we can please look at how we can include not just a task force if they're going to continue to this next step, but also folks in the broader community looking at our folks who serve on our cultural arts committee, or excuse me, commission, or in other arts arenas to crowdsource and have community involvement in what the design of these things would look like. If we get folks from the community involved, they'll take more ownership of this and likely be more willing to, through that ownership, help to deter graffiti or report it right away, or folks who maybe are in a deferral program because of graffiti, maybe if we have them involved in helping with the design, they would take ownership as well. So anyways, that's just my thoughts on the design of it and the prevention of it, and those specific spots on Oxnard Boulevard, they mean a lot to folks coming into the city of Oxnard, and I'm hoping that we can continue to move forward with this. So thank you.
Good point. Good point. And just for information, you know, I've besides the city staff, I've had a lot of supporters call up, you know, even from the Board of Supervisors. They liked, you know, the concept of what we're doing here in Oxnard. And one of the things that the majority of the people talk to me, they like location number 2, you know, by the railroad, you know, and because of the colorful entrances or the murals and the design that the bridge could potentially have. But we're going to start off with South Oxnard with the over on the what is it, Highway 1 and PV Road. And anyway, so I believe that we can. I just want to thank again our staff that we look at number 1 and number 2 and see what we can do in future budgets. But again, I really want to thank the committee, you know, for the good work, and Brittany and the rest of the folks that are not here today for the good work, and something that we can really be proud of here in the city of Oxnard, and I think it's really important. So thank you. So motion to approve the $400,000. Do we need a motion for that?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
With respect to Councilman Turan's thing, you want to have the opportunity for other people to weigh in and possibly change the designs that we're approving here?
Not necessarily change, but have the ability to see them and provide input so that we have
put
the
it on
task
the
force or
website
staff understand.
We potentially, you know, market that or put it on the website or so. What do you think, Mr. City Manager?
So your task force has worked for a year to get us through the idea and the concept, the idea, choosing from a plethora of designs. So we're now, your task force has delivered a complete idea package. So the next step now with this funding is to go and start doing the formal research and engineering and looking at various land use issues underneath all of these locations, and then come back with actual architectural designs, and then we'll come back to council for
What do you think of that?
construction funding later. But so with regard to the design, I would argue that the committee's done a great job
We worked very
going
diligently.
through a series of designs to arrive at this, at what's presented here.
Okay, I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think we need to stick with that.
Councilor Perrell, okay. So I made a motion to approve this item. I need a second.
Second.
Who said, second?
Excuse me, Mayor. I have a first by Councilwoman Basua.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
And who is
go
the
Councilor
second,
Basua,
please?
And second by
Valenzuela.
Valenzuela. Okay? Ladies first. Okay, please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
And thank you so much for the staff and the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, then our next item is, let me look here. Our next item number 2, this is Information Technology Department, subject to the purchase authorization with Insight Public Sector Incorporated for Information Technology, Goods and Services. Recommendation the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to extend the purchase of Order 8481 for Information Technology, Goods and Services with Insight Public Sector Incorporated by revising its expiration date from February 15, 2024 to June 30, 2026, and raising, not to exceed the amount from $770,000 to $2,635,000 over the additional 28 months. And this was approved by the Finance and Governance Committee 3-0, and it was a pre-recorded item per Measure M. And we have Helen Miller.
Mayor, Ms. Miller is unavailable tonight, so I'll be filling in for her if you have any
Okay.
questions.
Sure. Okay, but do we have any speakers on this item, either virtually or in person?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, council members, any questions of our deputy city manager? Okay, if not, we need motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the item.
Motion by
Second.
Councilman Perrello, second by
Valenzuela, I think.
Valenzuela. Okay, please vote.
Mayor, I'd like to confirm that we have a motion by Councilmember Perrello and a second by Councilmember Valenzuela.
Right.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Our next item is the Housing Department acquisition of real property at 2900 Saviors Road to support the Oxnard Police Department for future precinct in South Oxnard. And the recommendation of the City Council, one, approve the acquisition of property located at 2900 Saviors Road for the future development of the Oxnard Police Department precinct. And two, to approve the $2,400,000 from the general fund reserve for the purchase of the property. And number three, authorize the city manager and his designee to execute any and all documents necessary to facilitate this transaction. This again was pre-recorded for Measure M. We have Mr. Emilio Ramirez. And before we continue, we have some speakers on this item. We have, start off with Jacob, and followed by Brian Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, City Council members, and City Manager and City staff. My name is Jacob Jundiff, and I am honored to be the President of the Oxnard Peace Officers Association. I'm excited that the City Manager and Police Administrators recognize the current limitations of the current Police Department structure and are thinking forward with the acquisition of this property. As you know, the current Police Department structure was built in the late 70s for a police department half our current size. The lockers that our officers use are jam-packed and can barely house the uniforms and equipment that today's officer is assigned. The current parking lot cannot house all the police units, specialty vehicles, along with the civilian and sworn personnel's vehicles. In short, we have long maximized the capabilities of the current facilities, along with enduring the constant needs for basic repairs for, again, a 50-year-old plus building. As the city continues to grow significantly, a new police precinct at Saviors Road and Channel Islands Boulevard would not only fix some of these aforementioned problems, but provide enhanced services to the residents of South Oxnard, as well as provide localized public safety resources, greater accessibility to police services, along with a natural and greater presence in the Saviors corridor. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Rodriguez, followed by Greg Ryan.
Hello, good evening. Once again, my name is Brian Rodriguez. I want to thank Council Members Teran, Valenzuela, and Councilmember Perez for contacting me after I emailed you. I didn't get a chance to respond to Mr. Perrello, but I do stand corrected. I think that saying vacant would have been a more appropriate way to address the District 6 representative being not involved in the discussions yet. I do want to point out that I found the staff report slightly lacking, and I say this with all due respect to staff. I have the utmost respect to staff, But the YouTube video was 3 minutes and 50 seconds long. N1 was 7 minutes and 30 seconds long. N2 was 8 minutes and 50 seconds long. And N4 was 4 minutes and 37 seconds long. So this was by far the shortest of the N reports category. And I think it could have been a little bit more comprehensive. As Councilmember Perello says, facts and evidence matter. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I think the staff report lacked metrics to, account for, potential police response. It lacked a facilities assessment, condition report of our police station. I heard the comments about, it being an old building, and yes, on its surface, that does make sense, but where's the kind of meat to back that claim up? And where's the vision and goal statement with regards to the Saviors Corridor? This building sits right in the smack dab middle, but I haven't seen any, community feedback on the potential use for the building. And so I do think this should have gone to committee. I would have brought up a lot of these concerns at that time. This did not go to committee according to the staff report. And I do think that this is an incredibly important item. I would encourage you to approve this purchase of this building, but do not solely indicate that it should be used for a future police precinct. I would allow a little bit more leeway to really get a better understanding of, what should be sitting here for the next decade before it could even be used for that, intended use. I have two examples, just two that I quickly thought of right before the meeting. The Oxnard Bike Hub is currently experiencing issues paying rent in downtown Oxnard. They serve a critical, resource for the young people who ride their bikes throughout the community. Maybe we subsidize rent a little bit, but we still recoup some of that $100,000 cost by renting it out to the Oxnard Bike Hub. And another one is Oxnard College. A couple years ago, was it last year, you all spoke in favor of the major initiatives. Last Tuesday, they actually had an updated report, and they're currently struggling with getting space for that. They're at El Rio and Kowloon. Partnering with Oxnard College to provide classes there would be an amazing use of the building. Remember, you have the graduate banners all along Saviors. That'd be another great reminder for the residents to, support Oxnard College. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Runyon, followed by Christopher Williams. Reverend.
You're just saying that because I was playing pinball. Again, welcome council and mayor. I am honored to stand up here and represent our community, but also I'm on the Chiefs Advisory Board to really commend you for bringing this forward, because one of the things I've heard, and I've been here now for almost 16 years, how South Oxnard is underserved, that South Oxnard is lacking, that South Oxnard doesn't have many of the same benefits that the rest of the city does. If we are going to truly have a police department that's more accountable, that's more transparent, that is more community-minded, having a precinct, if you will, or a building there where police are more accessible, it certainly would help with so many issues. But I think the number one issue is it will show South Oxnard that people care. I have been to South Oxnard on many occasions. We've done events in parks, we've done different things. But people's impression of South Oxnard is not the same as River Park. And I think one of the ways that you can help to improve that is you can start by making an investment in the lives of the folks there by helping them not just to feel safe, but to be safe. You can help our police department to help them be more community-minded. This will help them to better serve some of the folks that need their service the most. And it will also help for the department to not feel so closed in, if that's the right word. We have a wonderful police chief. We have wonderful officers who truly are doing an amazing job, and we don't say thank you enough. And I know that there's a lot of other things money can go to, but you can have the greatest park in the world. But if people don't feel safe, it'll just be an empty field. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Christopher Williams, followed by Edgar Fernandez, our Assistant Chief.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and City staff. My name is Christopher Williams, and I'm here before you today as a member of the Oxnard Public Safety Management Association, but more importantly, as a resident of this great city of Oxnard. I wanted to show my support of the purchase of the building at the corner of Channel Islands and Saviors Road. Other than moving away for a few years, I've been a lifelong resident of this city and have seen it continue to grow. Many people fail to realize that this city, the city of Oxnard, is the 22nd largest city in the state of California. As Oxnard continues to grow, we need city leadership and elected officials to be forward thinkers and prepare us for the future, not just to get us through the current fiscal year. I applaud our city manager and his staff for having the foresight to identify this building, not only as a future monetary investment, but locking in a key location for public safety services that will better service our residents living in the south side of the city. My grandfather, until he passed away a couple years ago, was a lifelong resident just a few blocks from this location. And growing up in the south side of Oxnard as well, I saw and continue to see the need for the resources to be funneled into that particular area. Granted, this is a building that is going to be purchased now, but used for future endeavors as the city continues to grow, as it has been. And if we don't purchase this building at this time, everyone knows how real estate is a hot commodity. And who knows at what cost in the future we will have to pay to purchase a facility that we all know we'll have to get to properly represent the residents of South Oxnard. A few other key points that I feel are important and support a yes vote for approving this purchase, as mentioned by the OPOA President Jake Jundiff and Reverend Greg Runyon, is that the current building that the police department has was built over 50 years ago. The locker space is past its capacity. The parking lot is past its capacity. And as Oxnard continues to grow, we will not have or be able to afford our employees or the employees of the Oxnard Police Department the ability to do their jobs, get dressed for work, and find adequate parking. I'm hopeful that you also see the benefit in this and vote yes to purchase this much needed investment to ensure our city's future sustainability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Edgar Fernandez, followed by Roger Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, City staff, City Manager. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Oxnard Public Safety Managers Association. My name is Edgar Fernandez, and I'd like to thank you and commend you for having the mindfulness and the forethought to consider bringing a new building that will help public safety in South Oxnard. It will enhance the community's public safety exponentially. No part of this community should feel underrepresented or ever feel as though they are not getting the services that they require. As a police department, we do our very best to be conscious of that and to provide the best possible service for the entire city at all times. Understanding that the city has continued to grow and that this project is going to take several years to come to fruition. The forward and the thoughtfulness of this particular project is important because we'll be able to provide and ensure that the services that we provide are going to continue to grow with the city as it continues to grow. We should never feel that anyone in the city does not have the ability to reach out for those services, to have easy accessibility to those services, and participate in the engagement that our department so vehemently wants every citizen in this community to feel and to be a part of. It's important for us and for the community that we continue to grow together and we continue to do the best possible job we can to think towards the future for this beautiful city. So we do thank you very much for your thoughtfulness and your forward thinking in considering this particular purchase. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Roger Garcia, followed by Miguel Fernandez.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of City Council. My name is Roger Garcia. I'm the Vice President for the Oxnard Peace Officers Association. Today I stand before you as a proud representative of the Oxnard Peace Officers Association and as a lifelong resident of the vibrant city of Oxnard. This city holds a special place in my heart as it is where I was born and raised. I witnessed firsthand the growth and development that has taken place over the years, and we at the Oxnard Peace Officers Association are committed to ensuring that our community continues to thrive. With the city's growth comes a need for an increase in our police force, specifically expanding our police department. We believe that the purchase and reconstruction of a new substation in South Oxnard will greatly improve the overall quality of life for the citizens we serve. By establishing a new substation in the southern portion of our city, we can significantly reduce the response times to emergencies and address local concerns more efficiently. This development will have a tangible impact on the safety and well-being of both business owners and residents in the area. Faster response times mean that the business owners can feel more secure, knowing that law enforcement is readily available when needed. It also means that residents can rest assured that their safety concerns will be addressed promptly, enhancing their overall quality of life. By investing in a new substation, we're investing in the prosperity and peace of mind of our community. In conclusion, esteemed members of City Council, I urge you to support our vision for a safer and stronger Oxnard. By growing our police force to increase recruitment and improving response times through the construction of a new substation, we can enhance the quality of life for all residents. Together, let us work in hand to create a city that is safe, prosperous, and a source of pride for all who call it home. Finally, I want to say thank you to the city manager and his staff for always thinking of the future, wanting to improve the city of Oxnard, thinking not just 1-2 years ahead of time, but 5-10 years down the road. To me, as a lifelong resident, along with my parents, we appreciate that. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you. Okay, Miguel Fernandez.
Thank you and good evening. So according to the Measure M video, the long-term plan would be to demolish this building on this property. And while I am fully in favor of establishing a police precinct in South Oxnard, even on this piece of property, it would be a damn shame to demolish this building in the process. The building is very iconic. It was constructed in an era when a lot of investment was made in South Oxnard, which sadly is no longer. The building is actually landmark eligible and is an example of the style of architecture called brutalist. Maybe not everyone's cup of tea, but structures like this just aren't built anymore. It probably would be prohibitive to remodel into a police precinct, one reason being the Essential Facilities Act, which mandates that hospitals, dispatch operations, and police and fire stations and the like be built to a much more stringent level of construction than other buildings. You got to keep them operating after an earthquake, for example. But there seems plenty of area to construct a new precinct building in the parking area adjacent. If necessary, it could have a parking and sally port access, i.e. the detainee intake, at ground level and police functions above that. And imagine what a benefit the existing building would be to the community. It could be space for nonprofits, community organizations, etc. Imagine a children's museum on the 4th floor with views to the ocean and surrounding mountains. It could be a tech incubator or so many other beneficial opportunities. And the police station would be right there. How great is that? The city would save the cost of demolishing it and could still gain income from the rooftop cellular antennas going forward. So please don't waste this opportunity to think outside the box, by short-sightedly destroying the box. Thank you. And I have a minute left on my 3 minutes. I'm here to answer your questions.
Thank you. Okay. Any
Mayor
additional?
Zaragoza, we have one virtual speaker with phone number ending in 7456. Please press star 6 to unmute and introduce yourself if you like, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, City Council. Nice to talk to y'all again. I'm Maria Navarro, and I'll be speaking today in my capacity as Good Club President. As I said in my general public comment, I thought that the conversation with the police chief and members of OPD were really fruitful. Today, we all agree, at the end of the day, that community engagement alongside the police department is crucial. And I'm not speaking as an employee of cost tonight, but I do primarily work in the Savior's Corridor. And I do canvass often and get to speak regularly with the residents of South Oxnard, and especially District 6 and District 5. Having said that, I'd like to say I'm not blinded by the fact that residents want more safety. People talk about safety and housing, and that seems to be their biggest issues. However, I would like to see more community engagement on this. And this is something that I believe is a cornerstone of our democracy, especially if we are taking these funds from our general fund reserves. I am heartened to see that the city is looking at investing in South Oxnard and that OPD is there with them. However, I'm a big believer of having very open, constant, and frequent communication with the citizens that reside in South Oxnard, especially if we're going to say that we are wanting to know what the needs, right, for the residents are. I'd like to see, OPD, the city council members actually going to South Oxnard, approaching the residents and asking them what their needs are before we go ahead and move on to make these decisions. And whether that means a community needs assessment, I know that sounds like a lot of work, but I do think that it is crucial to, if we're going to, if the city is trying to acquire the building and, maybe to acquire it, but then ask the residents, what is it that you need? And I am not sure what they'll say. And I think a lot of them will be okay with the idea of a police precinct. That's just me speaking personally. But I also think that there is room for residents to also think about what else they could do with that building, whether they would want to see it teared down or not, And so I think it's definitely not something that's outside of the scope of this discussion to
20
try
seconds.
and talk about. And I would love to see city council members speak on this, especially if we're going, to take a decision so fast. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional speakers virtually or in person?
Yes, Mayor Zaragoza, we have another virtual speaker
Okay.
with phone number ending in 3761. Please press star 6 to unmute and introduce yourself if you like. And you have 3 minutes. Caller with phone number ending in 3761, please press star 6 to unmute.
No? We lost him?
Well, I see him here, but he's not unmuting. Do you want to take
Do we have
two other callers? There's 2 other callers.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, there we go.
Oh, okay, yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, City Council and staff. My name is Alberto Santana. I was born and raised in Oxnard and have lived here for the past 55 years. The current police station outgrew itself many years ago. I'm sure that the existing size of our police force is extremely larger than it was back when the building was first built in the 1970s. The internal size and facilities are so small and cannot accommodate the current numbers of the police force. One example would be the locker rooms. Also, the lobby is so small that when there are more than 4 people waiting, it is crowded. It's hard to conduct business because there is no privacy and everyone can hear what's going on in there. Growing up in South Oxnard and actually banking at this property when it was Cal-Fed, I strongly believe that this would be a premier location for a police station. I urge you to proceed in acquiring this property for the betterment of the entire city. And working at Point Magoo for 35 years, we got some really old buildings out there, so I can attest to how run down our current police department building is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we need additional speakers?
Yes, our next speaker is caller with phone number ending in 2941. Please press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes. Caller with phone number ending in 2941. Please press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Emily Centeno. I'm currently a resident of South Oxnard. As a person of color, I get really tensed up when seeing police overall in general, especially with the recent incidents that we've been having around the city. And I don't feel that having the police station in a 4-story building in my neighborhood would make me feel any safer. And I personally believe that we can use the funding that's going towards this movement for other resources. I don't think that we need any more police in our neighborhood. I think there's other things that we can use that funding for. Thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker is caller with phone number ending in 6646. Please press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
This is David Olivas. I am a resident of the city of Ventura. I am the president of the Latin X Bar Association. My colleague Vanessa Valdez is there today. As a practitioner formerly in I'm a retiree in municipal and water law, and as a former council member, I think that what I have to say may provide some guidance, although, as I said, I do not live in Oxnard, but I am familiar with what is going on, and I did meet earlier with Police Chief Benitez. As such, I would recommend that the building have, in addition to police facilities, an ability to have in-house mental health practitioners and transitional living counselors, so that it could be a hybrid use, and it may help with the relationship between the community and unhoused individuals and so forth. The second issue, and I hate to bring this out, but I read the staff report. I could not find a CEQA finding. Perhaps I missed it, or perhaps you deem this an exempt project. But if it is exempt, then you should say it's exempt and cite to the statute which makes it so. But if it's not exempt, then I do not see any CEQA analysis or any analysis of what the impact of this will have on the
30
neighborhood.
seconds.
I would like to thank you very much for listening to me today. And I would like to thank my colleagues who are there today to have their voices heard who live in Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional speakers, Madam?
Yes, the next speaker is caller with phone number ending in 8310. Please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Vanessa Valdez, and I was there earlier in person. And as the former caller mentioned, I am the past president of Latinx Bar Association. But today for this item on the agenda, I wanted to speak as an individual on my own behalf and just express some concern with how quickly this purchase of the property on Saviors was done. I really didn't have enough time to get informed and to do my own research just because there wasn't enough information out accessible to the public. And so I am still conflicted on whether the use and the purchase of the property is a good idea, if I'm in support or not of it. So if it is to move forward, then I would just like for the rest of the process to be more thoughtfully planned out, to make sure that there are expectations and standards that are being considered and drafted. For example, the 3-minute video I did get to see mentions a $100,000 cost per year just for maintenance. I would like to know more how that money is going to be applied, where it's coming out of, what fund, and to make sure that there's also standards for how this money is to be spent, even if it's just for maintenance. I also agree with some of the other people that made comments about other uses for it. I believe that in order for us to better identify those uses, we need input and feedback from the rest of our community members, specifically those that are going to be most impacted by it. So one idea just from the other item that I did speak to earlier regarding police use of force is perhaps housing a task force, a crisis team to serve these types of issues and people with these needs. So perhaps, like I said, making sure there's space for the team that will be called to respond to these emergencies would be a great idea. Maybe incorporating some type of program that will
30
engage
seconds.
the community, especially our youth. I am an Oxnard native, born and raised, and so I have also seen my city grow and expand. And there are periods when it's I'm optimistic and I'm excited, and then there's times where I'm worried. And right now, I would say it's a time period where I'm worried and I need to see more community engagement. Thank you so much for the platform and the opportunity to be heard. Have a good evening.
Madam Clerk, any additional speakers?
Yes, our next speaker is caller with phone number ending in 0127. Please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Aaliyah, and I am calling you to urge you to seek community input. It's important that community members have an opportunity to provide feedback on the use of this building. Staff hasn't provided evidence on their claims, so I would love it if you could please direct staff to seek alternative uses. And I do believe that it's really important to mention that the department is currently investigating 3 officer-involved shootings. I don't believe that violence has any place in our community, and I think we should begin to seek alternative forms of community safety. Thank you so much.
Okay, Madam Clerk, any additional speakers?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. So we have Mr. City Manager, then followed by Councilman Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to provide a little more context given the various comments we've just heard. So I'll start with saying that I learned tonight that I guess I'm eligible for landmark status if compared to the age of the current police building. I just realized that. So we bring this item before you because this is, in its essence, planning for the city's future. And I don't mean just City Hall, I don't mean just the police department, I mean the entire community. This is so obvious, given the growth pattern of this city over the last 50 years and looking at the next 50 years and beyond. This city must have an additional police building, a precinct. Now, there's a lot of focus on South Oxnard, obviously because of the location, but I want you to all to understand the necessity of this in the future would mean that we would need this precinct building on the other side of town from where the current building is. And therefore, it happens to be South Oxnard. But if the current building today were in South Oxnard, we would be looking for this future opportunity in North Oxnard. So there's a coincidence there, but all of the discussion about the potential benefits for South Oxnard are valid. Some of you have heard me tell this story before, so please be patient, but I wanted to discuss this also as what's on your agenda tonight is a straightforward real estate transaction. One of the speakers talked about why there's not a CEQA finding. It's not a project yet. It's a straightforward real estate transaction. But I want to tell this story again. When I first started serving as your city manager, I noticed the burnt out frame of a rather large building at the corner of Gonzales and Lantana. So nearly 5 years ago, I would drive by that a couple times a week, my first few months here, and it was just an iron frame in a large parking lot. And I quickly thought to myself, God, I hope the city's bought that property. Come to learn, when that building burned many years ago, it was initially on the real estate market for a rather low price. Unfortunately, at that time, for a mix of reasons, the city didn't pursue that because that location would have been a terrific location for a replacement fire station to serve that neighborhood, that area. But for whatever reasons, I wasn't here, but we didn't jump on that opportunity. Kudos to Clinicus, they jumped on that opportunity, and now they have a fantastic community health clinic there, which also serves our community. So this opportunity right now at this location is one that I simply did not want to pass up and not bring it before the council. This investment, obviously we don't take lightly because in the big picture, it is a major investment for Oxnard, and it's one that, when it gets done, will serve the community of the future for probably 100 years in terms of the would-be new facility. Now, I'm glad to hear that everybody's interested in planning what it would be, but I can tell you I will not be here when that time comes. I think some of us in this room will not be here when that time comes. That's for, as we approach that timing, and I don't know if that's 5 years, 7 years, 8 years, it'll be for the community and the leadership at that time to really get into the weeds and the details of it. But with regard to the length of the video, by the way, the video is just a video. The staff report is the record that we go on. Again, it's a real estate transaction at this point. But I want to share a quote that I find so appropriate for this decision that's before you. This comes from Carl Sagan, who's unfortunately no longer with us. He says that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Some questions don't lend themselves to an elegant experiment. Sometimes the totality of the evidence is stronger than the average correlation across a group of artificial experiments. And people sometimes need to make real-world decisions before academic studies can offer unambiguous conclusions. And I think this item is that moment for this body to make this decision for the sake of the future of this community. And with respect to all of our speakers, it is clearly obvious to me that the Oxnard community will need this in the future. I don't need a survey to tell me that. I don't need a study to tell me that. I know that is true. And it's one of these rare moments when, as a city manager, I would ask you to buy a piece of real estate and then land bank it for a short period of time. It's probably the only time I would ever do this in my career. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Turan?
Thank you. The city manager actually answered a number of questions that I had written down to bring up regarding questions that came from our speakers. And I want to thank all the speakers who took the time to speak on this and provide their thoughts and their input. As the city manager mentioned, at its core, what's before us is a real estate transaction. There is certainly vision baked into that for what would ultimately go into that parcel. I think the city manager said it well also, where regardless of this parcel being, if this moves forward, we purchase it, even if it doesn't become the police precinct in 10 years, we're going to need one on the other side of the city opposite to where the current one sits, and that is South Oxnard. It wouldn't make sense to put all of the police precincts on one side of Oxnard or close to each other, just as it wouldn't make sense to have all the fire stations next to each other or on the same side of the city. Response times and service to what the charge is of the police today or whatever that looks like in the future needs to be geographically diverse to serve all parts of the city, no matter what that looks like. And thank you for answering the question about CEQA as well. I see Mr. Ramirez is here. I do have a couple questions that weren't asked, but I think kind of follow the line of some of the comments and were questions I had anyways. For the building itself, as it stands today, as the 4-story building, formerly a bank, it's been vacant for X number of years. You may know that off the top of your head. As it currently stands, is it suitable for occupancy?
No. If I may, I don't believe that it's suitable to be occupied at this point. We would have to complete some repairs. The scope of those repairs, I don't know the full scale of them. However, I would like to expand a little bit on your question, if you may. First of all, as the city manager did mention, it is a real estate transaction. It is not a construction project or development project as of yet. And as a result of which, we don't have design, we don't have plans, we don't have things that we can show. But we do know that the use of the building will be a police precinct. And a police precinct, in order to be developed, it has to be in a very specific way for public safety. And this building in its current condition will not meet that need. While it can be occupied potentially for some other use with a different standard, it cannot meet the condition of the police precinct. Second, there is a lot of due diligence that went into the staff report that was presented to you, despite that it is not part of the staff presentation, i.e. an appraisal, which is 100 pages long, that supports the price at 2.75. an inspection that supports the need for repairs, a phase 1 study that indicates that there is not a contaminant on the site. And admittedly, the project or the transaction that is before you went in an expedited manner, largely because this is a private transaction with a private world, and that works in that way. At this point, between the time that we reached assent and the presentation to the City Council, it didn't go to committee. It didn't go to committee because it is being presented to you with a discount of $366,000 on the condition that we presented to the City Council within May. That $366,000 is important, is a price point, and in order for us to receive the benefit of that discount, we didn't have an opportunity to present it to committee. Therefore, we're in front of you today. But the original offering price of 3.5 and the negotiation back and forth resulted in a presentation to you at 2.336 million, which is what, $800,000 difference, and that amount, that negotiation happened very, very quickly, and this is why we are in front of you today at this point.
Okay, thank you. And I asked the original question about occupancy because the building stood for a long time. It was my assumption that any building that sits, minimally maintained, if at all maintained for that period of time, is going to need some repairs and could potentially be unsafe for occupancy until those repairs are done. So thank you for responding to that. Looking at some of the other items that were discussed and questions that I had as well, when we look at this particular location, as you mentioned, it wouldn't be, it wouldn't meet design or construction standards, if I'm interpreting that correctly, to serve as a police station in its current iteration. You already mentioned that. That's correct, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And looking at, again, this is a real estate transaction. It was framed a little differently on the staff report than a real estate transaction, where it's real estate transaction with the vision of being this, being, in this case, a police precinct. And going through the staff report, it says we'd be looking 10 years into the future for that to happen. I'm supportive of looking forward on these items, but I hope that the public can understand that the request for public output or public engagement and input on this is something I absolutely would push for as well. It's just that's not the item before us tonight. The item is, do we purchase a property, and then in a number of years, in the interim, that process will happen, correct?
I firmly believe that community outreach, as we progress to make the project happen, design it, et cetera, that discussion will occur. And the staff report is identifying a transaction for sure, but at the same time, cities and this city, and in this case, we wouldn't buy a property just for the sake of an investment. We're buying it for a specific purpose, in this case, a police station. Also, I think it's important to acknowledge that the site is important, and there is an opportunity for us to pursue a site on which we can build a police precinct. Admittedly, can we go off and find a 1 or 2 acre site somewhere in the city that is not central, is not an urbanized area, that is in the middle of a neighborhood? I suppose so, but in this case, the site is magic to some extent, right? And so we take advantage of that opportunity in a down market that we can get a better price. And so mentioning that it was for a police precinct is important because we're not going to buy it just for the sake of investment.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I guess my line of thinking on that too is, 10 years seems like a long time in local government or any government. 10 years is actually kind of a medium amount of time. When we look at what can happen in that time, though, this is the intention now, but for all we know, in the ensuing 10 years, another property that serves that purpose may come up that we decide, okay, well, you know what, that may be better suited, and now we have this land to use for another use, as the speakers had mentioned. Is that a possibility as well?
Absolutely. I mean, God knows what will happen in 10 years, and I mean, we can get lucky and win another site. And so, yeah, I think that, I mean, it would be wrong, disingenuous for me to suggest that, no, this is what it's going to be, absolutely. And so the world could change, absolutely.
Okay.
In fact, we are right now working on, number one, acknowledging that the police precinct will not be built for 5, 7, 10 years into the future. And we are looking for opportunities to activate it in the interim because we don't want a vacant, boarded up building.
Thank you. That was my last point, actually, was, there is a very important layer that I hope folks understand that this council and staff is sensitive to, that we're looking at South Oxnard here, an area of town and community that has historically felt underserved, and there's a perception of different service or inequitable service. And so I hope folks understand that that layer of appreciation is there on the staff side and for me as well. And that being said, I personally don't believe that South Oxnard deserves to have a non-functional 4-story vacant building remain in place for the next 10 years. And I would strongly request that if this purchase goes forward, that we look at what kind of interim use we can have. If it's going to sit for 10 years or 7 to 10 years until a precinct is ultimately put in that location, the speakers had some ideas of that. But in the interim, if there are other uses that the city can use that for, I would absolutely love to do it. And I think for Mr. Fernandez, who mentioned about the building in its current state, to whatever degree we could use it until it has to be raised and then used for something else, I would like to have that be a functional building, whether it's public facing or not. If it's city internal operations, great. If it's able to be done safely to allow the public to go in and our staff to be in there, great as well. But that's my one big thing from this that would really gain my support, is making sure that we do utilize that building in some way that's serving either city operations or the public in some way, sooner rather than later. So.
We are actively pursuing a lot of different ideas, some of them more creative than others. But I think everyone on staff and the community agrees that what we don't want is, even though the future is a great thing, the police precinct is a great thing, what we don't want is the interim boarded up building, abandoned, vacant places where mattresses get dumped and et cetera. We're going to try to activate it in some way.
Okay, I appreciate that. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Venezuela.
Yes, thank you very much for this report and for all the speakers who came to speak on this item. I'll just reiterate a little bit what some of my colleagues had mentioned, that this is mainly a real estate transaction, and it is, I consider, at least prime land right there on Saviors Road and Channel Islands Boulevard. And I know if we try purchasing this land down the future, it could increase in cost for the city overall, and that or it could also be swooped up by a private developer for other plans. And so I'm overall happy to support this movement on this on a land for this piece of land right here for the South Oxnard community, and see some investment for it. But also, I know it's presented to us as a potential police precinct, but it all doesn't mean that's going to be the end all be all. There are so many other ways that this could be utilized, or like we do the community outreach for multi-purposes for South Oxnard for this piece of land as we develop in the future. But, the idea that it's going to be a police precinct, that's a decision that will be down in the future. And I hope that there will be more community input on what this would be like. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just would like to share that this really is planning for the future. And I think the Oxnard PD needs another precinct. And my understanding is, Mr. Ramirez, that south of Willie Road, there's about 100,000 people, is my understanding. I've heard it in the past, so 100,000 people could potentially use another, basically another police station in South Oxnard. And my understanding is, and maybe the chief can back me up with that, the current police department that we have is basically almost obsolete because of the room. And my understanding in the past that the second floor was warped and so forth, And also that there's a lot of obsolete space there that can, that I think that maybe this building might help us even quicker than we're thinking, Chief. Is that correct? And also, the other problem is parking. You don't have enough parking there, too. Is that?
Correct, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Some of the comments earlier from members of the Oxnard Peace Officers Association alluded directly to that. Our current police headquarters building was built in 1977 for literally a police department that was about half the size. The fire department actually used to be there. The fire admin used to be there.
Right.
As the police department grew, they moved out, and now they are where they are across the street from us. But correct, the building is older. Given the size of the building, it's not just the number of officers that we've added to the department, but it's also professional staff that is actually added to that, tasking our parking lot. They are correct. There's not enough locker space inside the building for our existing officers, so many officers are now, some of us actually wear our uniforms home and because we don't have a locker, or we make other adjustments. But there are signs of the building just being old. We still need to keep that property, though. It's in the Civic Center, but it is our headquarters, but we do need to find another place to put additional personnel. But to our point, placing more resources in South Oxnard to uphold the council's priority of maintaining response times is one of those reasons. But also, just about everything that was said about this building by the city manager this evening, I'll echo what he said. And it's in a prime spot for such a use. And should we identify something that's better? Is it likely? Not likely, but possible. This is a good starting point for us, and we think it's a good idea for that reason.
And Chief, it was mentioned too that the cost of real estate, right now, if we can get it for X dollars, in another 10 years, it's gonna double that amount. And then we're gonna say, hey, wait a minute, we should have bought it then, and I think it's a good future investment right now. And also going back to the current building, if people go out there and ask for information, you can only get about 2 people in the waiting room and you're full. So I think really that we actually need a police department with more room, with more ability for the public to go in there and get information and so forth. But I personally believe, Chief, this is a good investment, and with your recommendations, I think it's something that we need.
Yeah, correct. Also, bringing this to transportation routes to people in South Oxnard makes less burden on our existing facility. I think I strongly agree with the comment about Dr. Sagan, but I will add that what we're talking about today is an opportunity, and that this is us planting the seeds of a tree that some of us may not get to sit under the shade.
That's right, and I know that the city manager mentioned, I love that, the city manager mentioned about the property over at the Clinicas on Gonzales Road. And that would have been a great fire department, but Clinicas are smart enough to take it, So now this is exactly what we're doing with the Oxnard PD, and I support Oxnard PD 100%,
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Councilor Perello?
I'm right up front, I'm going to support this action, but I'd like to explain a few things to the public. This was brought to the City Council in a closed session item as a discussion for a possible acquisition of a piece of real estate. Do we want to look at this piece of real estate? A very specific real estate deal. We can go into closed session, and City Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, on real estate, personnel matters, or litigation. But on this real estate deal, specifically any real estate deal, we have to come out in public and take our actions in public in front of God and everybody else. And that's what we're doing right now. The issue with respect to the people that have spoken, I want to thank Mr. Brian Rodriguez. I appreciated the dialogue back and forth with him, and everyone else that spoke. But the issue of needing something in the future, there are other ways to do this. As they say, there's many ways to skin a cat. We could use a sledgehammer approach and figure where do we want to put a police department and use eminent domain, take over properties. We don't want to do that. This piece of property has been on the market for a long time. There was a proposal to have a Circle K go in there, or a Kmart. It wasn't
Circle K.
Circle K. And the residents came forward and brought it up. I want to thank the individual that brought up the historic value of the building and the iconic value of the building. And you said one thing that really resonated with me, and I've taken for granted, and you realize how comfortable you can get in your seat of the pants. You mentioned, sit on the 4th story and you could see the mountains and the ocean. My office is on the 4th story. I take it for granted I can see the ocean. And if I go to the other side of the hall, I can see the mountains. I wish more people in Oxnard had that opportunity. Going up, maybe we will, but that is something that resonated and I didn't think about. With respect to needing a piece of property for something in the future, the city is landlocked with SOAR. We're not gonna go out and just do something, and hopefully we're not gonna use eminent domain to just do something. Getting an opportunity to get a piece of property, and as the city manager mentioned, land bank. If we get real serious, ladies and gentlemen, we do have those pieces of property. They're called College Park, Sports Park, and Campus Park. 3 big pieces of property, but they have other uses down the road. This is something that we looked, and management brought this to the council. It seemed like a good idea. Tremendous negotiations been going on, and I do see that I'll be dead and buried. You know, I don't know how long this will take, but there will come a time when they need another station for that into town. Now, one thing that I will take offense with, the fact that there have been 3 police officer shootings has got nothing to do with this item. And people bring that up, and I'm like, you know, facts and evidence matter. What has it got to do with this item? And Mayor, thank you for letting me speak on this. It's a good item. It's a hot topic. The city manager and his staff, to their credit, they brought something to us that I don't know if any councilman thought of this, but we're fortunate to have a management team that's looking down the road, not just at the end of our nose, down the road. Thank you.
Councilwoman Basila.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to everybody for their comments, the speakers. When I got elected to South Oxnard, one of the things, to the 5th District, one of the things I heard, and I still kind of hear this, is, you know, South Oxnard is neglected, we don't get any resources, nobody thinks about us, it's crime-ridden, and if you live in South Oxnard and you visit the Savior's Corridor, you will see that there is a lot of activity going on within the Ralph Shopping Center, within our 7-Elevens, the Pollo Loco Shopping Center. You really can't even go through a drive-through without individuals panhandling out there. So if you live there and you shop there, you will see that there is a need for some kind of presence there. So I would have hoped that the community would have seen this. This has nothing to do with our police shootings. I'm happy to hear that our chief has been proactive with our community. That's exactly what we want. Our police department, from what I can tell with our community patrolling, they have been very essential. And I understand that there's a lot of people that just don't trust our police department. But they are very, very good. They really, really care about the community, and they go around and they talk to people. So I hope that what people are thinking is really changing, and I hope that with our police chief, that that message can continue to move forward. When this first came to us, like Councilmember Perello said in closed session, I first was like, oh. That would be great. And then today I drove by there, and the building has graffiti everywhere. Everywhere, every single it got hit hard. We've got boarded up windows. That's not what I want to see. I'm going to support this, but I'm also going to hold this administration extremely responsible. I understand we just don't have the money to build construction, and every time we have to do construction, new codes apply. So if this building is not up to code, it's more money that the city has to put out. And I understand we're not in a situation to do that at this point, but if we're going to take this on, I also don't want to see a eyesore there. So I hope that we are going to be able to at least take care of it, even if it's with community involvement. Cleaning the landscape, being in charge of the graffiti. I wouldn't mind doing that. Going out there on Saturday, give me a paintbrush, give me some paint, and I will be more than happy to do that. The last thing I need, and Mr. City Manager will join us, I'm sure.
No, I was just going to say, we'll schedule it on your calendar now.
Okay, yes, I will be more than happy to take that on. It is an eyesore, a very big eyesore, but I think that looking into the future is great. I look forward to having our police department home there and having these resources for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you very much. One thing, when people come to visit Oxnard, or even generally people who lived here their entire lives, one thing that a lot of people do complain about the city is how poorly it was built. And that's something that we can't change today for obvious reasons. Just remember, I hold this memory just this past fall going to go watch my nephew play football for the Oxnard Panthers. And at Hueneme High School, people would always tell me, or even hear it in the stands, that you're literally a mile away from the beach and the condition of the area. A lot of it has to do with, obviously, the wastewater plant and so on, all the industrial stuff that is around Hueneme High School. But we are a beach city, and unfortunately, some aspects of South Oxnard never took advantage of that. And other things, how there's really no connection between Oxnard and Camarillo, besides the strawberry fields which are there, but the industrial aspect of it, of both cities facing those strawberry fields, it's kind of hard to make the distinction of what's the border. And for once, or maybe second, I don't know, but for once in a long time, it looks like we're planning ahead something. If we don't take advantage of the current situation that we have and make this a police precinct, 10, 15 years from now, hopefully none of us are up here, because if not, then we have a different type of problem. But 10, 15 years from now, we may leave something for a different administration, and they're going to be struggling. And hopefully, things are better in the city where there's not going to be a money crunch, but they're going to be put up against the wall for the simple fact that they need a police precinct. One, they may not have money, and two, real estate's going to be super expensive, and it may not be in a good area. It might be somewhere on the outskirts of the city. It might be somewhere middle where realistically it's not really going to serve the community it was meant to serve. So with that in mind, yes, randomly, I do get people talk to me about that Saviors Corridor. I had, during the Christmas parade, the person I was behind, once he found out I was a city council member, and he threw a couple expletives my way for his business. And he said the lack of attention and service that was being brought to his business, which is right across from McDonald's and Starbucks, right there on Saviors, where the Goodwill is or was, and there's many different restaurants and businesses there. All he did tell me, there's no help here, so on and so forth. We talked for a bit, and we kind of agreed to disagree on certain things, but one thing that we did agree on was that there needs to be, better presence, not just the police department, but just the city overall. And this is something that we could do to help alleviate some of these smaller business in the area who, are frustrated. It's similar to what a lot of the businesses downtown were frustrated about 5 years ago of any little thing. And realistically, you know, I understand money is scarce, but this is something that we can do to help not only for now, but for the future of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments before we ask for a motion?
No, sir, nothing additional from me. Thank you.
Okay, so I need a motion.
I will move the recommended action.
Moved by Councilman Basua.
Second.
Second by Council Valenzuela. Please vote.
Thank you.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Our last item is item number 4. This is Public Works adoption of an ordinance number 3028, establishing new water rate fees and charges. A recommendation to the City Council, 1, adopt an ordinance number 3028 entitled Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oxnard to establish water rates and fee increases for customers' use and services from the city water services. 2, then find that CEQA does not apply to this ordinance pursuant to Public Resource Codes Section 21080B8 and 21083 in conjunction with the exemption listed in Title 14 of the California Code Regulation Section 15273. And again, this was a pre-recorded presentation, and we do have Mr. Wolf, our Public Works Director, for any additional comments or questions on this item. Council members, any? I'm not, I would like to share again on this. This came to before the committee. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes, we have Doug Partello.
We do have a speaker?
Yes,
Okay,
we have
go ahead.
Doug Partello. Doug Partello, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes. Doug Partello, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Do we have Mr. Partello? Is he?
I see Doug Partello, but he's not unmuting.
Mr. Partello, unmute. Okay. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. Okay, go ahead. We can hear you.
Oh, sorry. Technical issues again.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff, and the public. I was able to speak on this item the first time it was brought up, and I brought up an issue about Procter & Gamble getting a 6.8% decrease in their rates. And the response from the consultant was unresponsive to the facts and information that I brought forward. So that response on why they would get a 6.8 decrease while us residents would get an increase was that they're not paying for blending the water. Well, that's already factored in to their rates. And I stated that twice in my comment. There was no city council or other person that picked up on the fact that the explanation given didn't make any sense. But there's a lot of questions that we have about our water and what we should be paying. We know water is important. We all want clean water. We know that the price of cheeseburgers is going up, which has nothing to do with water. We know that Flint, Michigan had lead poisoning, and it has nothing to do with our situation here in Oxnard. But there are a few questions that myself and hopefully others may start asking themselves, like how much of the $50 million loan from the federal government will be used to make recycled potable water? And another question was about this auditorium. I understand it was about $22 million. So why were not the ASR wells built instead of building that auditorium? Another question is how much of the annual debt are the users of recycled water paying on the debt service used to construct the AWTF, AWPF? So we are subsidizing 3 major agricultural corporations for their use of the recycled water because we can't use it as potable because we don't have the test well. So that's another question. We had a loan in 2010 for $120 million, and that we've been paying debt service on about $14 million a year for 10 years, and we still don't have the test well. We don't have that system in place where we can actually have it tested
30
and
seconds.
get certified by the state. So there's a lot of questions unanswered. This rate is not justified. The facts and evidence do not support the rate increase that's going to be imposed on us. And the ratepayers will wake up from their slumber in July when they get their new bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any additional speakers, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. I would just want to reiterate, thank you so much for that. Kind of reiterate, Michael and staff, when it came to committee. And I'm going to read, there's about 8 items that I'd like to share that you mentioned before, that we provide water for over 43,000 residents in Oxnard, which I think is extremely important. And number 2, the Water Division relies on funds collected from our ratepayers. And 3, we provide reliable water for public safety and health, which I think is extremely, extremely important. And the increased funding will support the needed to sustain the Water Division operations. We need money like any other business. And without the new rates, we're going to decrease maintenance and capital projects that are much needed for the Water Department or Water Division. And also, people forget that the Water Division is a self-supporting enterprise. We just got to run that like a business, and it's important that we do so. And also, this is our own water department. It's not any of the cities or the counties or whatever. And we need to take care of our water department. But because to me, this is a lifeline item. If we don't take care of the item, or if we don't have the proper funding, the other cities, the county is not going to help us. This is for our own resident. This is our own water department. And if we don't take care of it, nobody else is going to take care of it. And I think one of the things that we're also doing for there's an ordinance that provides assistance for the low-income residents here in the city of Oxnard, residents that will qualify for utility assistance, which I think is extremely important. But I just want to share with the public that this is our utility, and to me, this is a lifeline item that we need for the public, for our residents, for our hospitals, for our health agencies, our hospitals, and so forth, which is really vital to the entire community. I just wanted to share that because I think it's important that people understand how important water is. Because if we don't have any water, you turn on the tap and there's no water, we're in trouble. If we have a fire and there's no water, we're in trouble. And also the hospitals, utilities, restaurants, they all need water, which I think is extremely important. I just wanted to share that before anything else. And Councilman Perrell.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the work that the Public Works Department has done, and I appreciate the comments that the gentleman gave. I did not understand his comment about an auditorium. I totally missed that. I heard it, but I don't understand it. I wished I could get an answer to that. But I would just like to, I have several questions based on questions that have been asked. Our city treasurer has put out some emails. Mr. Starr has put out some information. I want to get some of these things addressed. But I want to bring one thing to the attention of the council and the public. It's a 2-page staff report. This item is a 2-page staff report. there's some other documents, but it's a 2-page staff report. Second to the last paragraph of the basic bottom of the discussion, it states, if adopted, this ordinance will result in adjusted water rates for all the customers beginning July 1st, 2023 and continuing for the next 5 years. The ordinance allows for, repeat, the ordinance allows for adjustments for increased wholesale water costs after notice to customers and automatic revenue adjustments beginning July 1st, 2024. What's the big deal at that point? Yesterday, there's a legal notice in the newspaper that Callegas is raising the water price. We buy from Callegas. Everything is going up, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is going up. So I wanted to share that. Now, basic questions. And I trust that our city staff can address this. There was a question about a significant amount of money, quote, on hand per the ACFR for the water net position. First, can you explain what the ACFR is?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I will have our interim CFO maybe explain that because that is a financial document. That would be helpful. Thank you, Michael. How long have we got? I could talk to you all night about an ACFR. I can see you're keen to understand it.
Excuse me for interrupting, and I apologize up front. I think we need to have a motion because this is going to go past 10 o'clock.
Even though we're okay, let's, the motion to.
I make a motion.
He's got 2 minutes.
I'll do my best.
Okay, we're gonna.
This is one of those things where we can't do a spit wash. This is a real deal.
You made a motion to.
I make a motion, it goes past 10 o'clock.
Second by.
I will second.
Second by Tehran. Please vote.
He's gonna vote no, right?
Okay, so we continue past.
Yeah,
Motion carries 6-0.
But I want to clarify.
Mr. City Manager?
I want to clarify, Mark, that motion wasn't for you, it was for the entire item.
To continue.
So just tell them what the
Go ahead.
ACFR is.
I'll give the abridged version.
And again, I apologize for cutting you off, but this.
That's fine. Sorry, thank you. Yeah, I'm Mark Sewell, interim CFO. So ACFR, it means the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. And it is pretty comprehensive. It's probably about, those who can't see, probably about 1.5 inches thick. And it covers the financial transactions for each fiscal year for all funds across the city. So it basically gives you an understanding of how has the city spent its money? How did that compare against budget? How does each fund sit in terms of its assets and liabilities? And it's kind of its financial health. And so the water fund is a major enterprise fund, as was already mentioned, and it is kind of like a business operation, has to fund its operations and its capital from its revenues that it generates. And so that takes up a few pages in that document in terms of, again, its cash, its liabilities, its revenues, and its expenditures.
And its assets, correct?
Correct.
And the assets are what possibly our city treasurer has made an error in assuming is cash.
So cash is an asset.
Yes, but pipelines underground, faucets, meters, the whole enchilada, that's all the assets. But when it comes to how much money you got in your pocket, that's the bottom line.
Correct.
And that's the city of Oxnard. How much cash did we have? In my opinion, there has been an assumption made that we are loaded with cash when in fact we're not. Can I get a clarification on that, please?
Yeah, I believe the point that was being made in the email was the net position of the water fund, and there was a number that was put in there of $141 million from the act for. When you dive into that number, you have to take about $89 million off the top of that to account for the assets, pipes, pumps, things like that. So that while that's a net positive position, that's not cash on hand. It's not liquid unless we want to dig it up and sell it. So about $89 million of that would have to come off that $141 million. About $23 million or $22.8 million are for CIP projects. So it was marked for active CIP projects. So again, backing that out of the $141 million, $2.6 million, remove that for the identified debt services coverage or debt service, would leave about a balance of about $27 million. And these are estimates based on the information that was provided by finance. So when you look at that $27 million, it's actually broken up into different buckets, different funding sources. one of which is our operating fund, 601. So when you really look just at 601, the funding source for our operations side of the house, out of that $141 million of net positive position, only 5.4 of that is actually in cash for the operating fund. So that kind of marches down that net position that when you look at the cash on hand for the operating funds, it's actually only a small portion of that. And then when you started to do the analysis of where that would be, and that was for fiscal year 21-22, so almost a year ago. As you look at that analysis for 22-23, that number was proposed to go down, and then for 23-24, again, going down as well, without a change in our water rates.
And again, that's the bottom line, without a change in the water rate. And the change would be to increase the water rate.
Correct.
One more question. Questions about increases and decreases year over year. And there was a decrease in revenue and increase in expenditures in the city, in the treasurer's concerns. Can you address that?
Yeah, I think that was consistent with a lot of our conversation in the last several months about why we're doing what we're recommending. We had a very long water rate study session back in February where we talked about that. We had our assistant public works director talk about the cost of service. And so the decreases in revenue are really related to a couple of things. As you can imagine with the drought and drought restrictions, less water use means less revenue. So those decreases in revenue are generally from that purpose. There are decreases in the net and the fair market value of our investment portfolio. That's year over year. That changes just depending on our portfolio. And then whether or not there was an IUF refund changes whether or not there was a decrease in our revenue. And that IUF changes every year based on the payback method or payback schedule. The increases have been very apparent in our conversations. The increases are really related to just the increases in costs, right? Increases of the things that we buy, the supplies, the labor, the material, the acquisition of water itself. As we talked about 40% of our total operating costs is just acquiring the water, whether that's from the groundwater or from Cayugas. Those things have gone up. And so the increases in expenditures year over year are mostly related to those changes. Obviously, there are changes like contracts that were bid or let multiple years ago expire and we renew those. Those typically go up in cost just based on inflation. The amount of repairs that we do is contingent upon or emergency repairs, how many mainline leaks we have. Those are things that we don't really control. Those are things that happen, and so we may have a lot more mainline leaks and repairs one year than we do the next year. So those are reasons why sometimes our operational costs are increasing year over year because of those unplanned emergency responses and repairs. And the other thing I would add to that is that there was a question about the capital outlay or the capital component of our budget. As you can imagine, not every single fiscal year looks the same from a capital project standpoint. So one year we were doing the Wainami pipeline and the ASR, where a year before we weren't doing the Wainami pipeline or the ASR project. So you can imagine that those two fiscal years look different when it comes to the capital expenditures. So that's kind of the general review of why expenditures may have increased and why revenues have decreased.
And not to get off track, but just a slight example. I recently learned the cost of cast iron pipe. For an estimate for a contract coming forward and an estimate or a actual cost of a project that we completed very recently, the price has basically doubled. Is it correct?
Right, and I think I mentioned that when we were talking about this a couple weeks back, that the most recent cast iron pipe replacement project that we've done and finished was in the Colonia neighborhood, finished I think last year, was bid probably a couple years ago, and the bid price was about $220 a linear foot. The actual current estimate, we just got 30% design plans from our consultant that's doing the next two cast iron pipe replacement projects, and their current estimate is about $400 to $500 a linear foot. So
from 200 to 500.
220 to about $400 to $500.
That's tremendous.
A lot of that obviously is labor cost and inflation. Supply chain drives some of those supply chain delays drive some of those costs. So those are estimates. But those are the numbers that we're seeing just a couple years later from projects.
And I can tell you from buying a loaf of bread, nothing has gone down. So I assume we'll be lucky if they're the same, they stay the same. One other point. The use of ARPA funds for the water capital projects was a question that had been asked. Do we have a little better information we can use about the ARPA funds that were used for water capital projects?
Right, back in February, when the city brought to the council the slowdown information, that also included a long list of ARPA recommendations in there. I don't remember exactly what page it was, but in the numerous pages, there was a recommendation to use some ARPA funds in the tune of about $9.5 million for cast iron pipe replacement. So that is a recommendation that went forward to council. So we are using some ARPA funds to actually address some capital projects for the water.
Thank you. Some of the concerns by another individual, Mr. Starr, the capital improvement, the CIP project estimates. There's a claim that they're overinflated and higher than what's in the CIP budget.
Yeah, so if you recall back in the study session that we did in February, we talked about some very key inputs into our water rate model. I mean, we listed 7 of them. One of them, which was capital projects. And remember, we had a long discussion about how that capital project fits into the model and how it potentially affects the model. We actually produced in the rate study session and in the meeting that we had 2 weeks ago on the water rates, we introduced 3 scenarios that could have happened. Each one of those scenarios actually was a different pace, if you will, of how we execute capital projects. An aggressive pace, a moderate pace, and what we called a low moderate pace. And we as staff recommended in this study session and also in the water rates, we recommended the lowest of those 3, which was the low moderate pace, for 2 reasons. We recommended that to try to keep any increases in rates down as low as possible. And spread that across the multiple years that we're recommending, the 5 years. But we also recognize that our ability to execute capital projects is not the same pre-pandemic versus post-pandemic, right? So meaning we have supply chain delays, we have potentially a lack of a pool of contractors that want to do work, and then the inability to potentially hire and keep staff to do those projects, all are going against our ability to have a good pace on capital projects. So knowing that, we didn't want to build in this huge capital project component to a water rate where we know we can't actually execute those projects. So we specifically recommended the low moderate component instead of the aggressive or moderate. So the idea that these CIP projects in the model are I'm not sure if that term was overinflated, whatever term was used. We included what we know today as our current estimates for our CIP projects. I think the reference was to, well, it doesn't match what was in your CIP book. And what I would say to that is the CIP book was approved by council over a year ago. Those estimates are at least 12 months, more like 18 to 24 months old. So as we get new information, again, the example is the cast iron pipe replacement project. As we get new information, we recognize that those costs have increased. Now, also, I would say that if you look in the potable and recycled water rate study, which is actually on the city's website, if you actually look to the table that was referenced, they reference a number about how much capital costs are associated with the rates, but what they didn't recognize is that there's an execution factor in that same table. So in that execution factor, it's actually on page 22 of the rate study. It's
just for a point, what's an execution factor?
So the execution factor, let me finish. It's actually, apologize, page 22, table 3-9. The execution factor is the fact that we know we aren't able to execute projects the same way we used to pre-pandemic. So we know that we're not going to execute all those projects. So in there is a line item called execution factor, line item number 14. So we reduced those dollar amounts down by 35%, 35%, 25%, 15%, 20%, and 40%. That's read across line 14 of those numbers, because we know we're not going to be able to, we anticipate we're not going to be able to execute projects the same way. So we don't take the full amount of our capital component, we actually reduce that down. That's what's included in the rate study. We included the low moderate pace of capital projects, not the full amount.
And that helped the rates.
That keeps the rates at a lower level. Now, I would say that investment, the city as a whole, the ratepayers as a whole, have multiple decades invested in this water system. And to not invest it in the future, I think, does it a disservice.
Yeah, exactly.
So just from that point, we could have given the ratepayers sticker shock by going to the fastest and most aggressive capital improvements. And if we had unlimited amounts of money and the situation in the economy was there were unlimited amounts of contractors willing to work, and we had unlimited amounts of staff, and we had unlimited amounts of materials, we could have gone to the highest possible thing, but we didn't. It took a more conservative thing to get the work done, but also to provide the best safety or the best bang for the buck and the best for the residents, but also to protect our system. Over a long period of time, those capital projects are going to have to be done, but we don't need to do them overnight. And with that, it would be similar to promising your kids you're going to get them a horse at Christmas, and you can't even buy them a can of pop. You can't do that to the public. And the staff, in my opinion, is trying to do the best they can for the public, and the public wants it both ways. They don't want to pay for it, and they want a Cadillac. There's no free rides.
Yeah, I think I would even say one step further about the capital projects. You know, we played a video last time about, you know, areas that have issues with water. I will say that you don't have to look very far outside of the city of Oxnard for these issues. They are very close in terms of mutual water districts or other water districts that have one of two things. They either have they can't provide the correct water supply, or they have a water quality issue. In fact, our staff has actually met with the state on a mutual water agency here in the sphere of influence of Oxnard that can't meet the water quality standards, and they're asking Oxnard to help out with that process. So we don't have to go as far as Flint, Michigan to see those issues. They're here in Southern California. They're here at the border.
There's several mutuals.
Right, they're here at the borders of Oxnard. And I would say the common, when you do a sort of a post-mortem of what happened in those agencies, when you look at kind of how did they get there, a very similar story is told. They deferred maintenance and they didn't do capital projects. And that becomes a very slippery slope. When you stop doing those things, very quickly can come back to result in things like water quality issues and the inability to actually provide fire service. So I think that the investment in capital project is much more important for those things as well.
Can I share a little bit, and also the water mutuals could not provide enough pressure to add additions or additional homes in those areas. I'm
Correct.
very, very familiar with those areas.
Right, so they're not able to actually do development or redevelopment because they lack
Because of
the
water
pressure and the volume, yes.
Yeah.
The issues with the water pressure that's come up with because of fire things in the past with specific neighborhoods, and I believe that will come back to the city for a full information to the councilman, especially since we have new people on the council. But Mr. Portello brought up something, and Mr. Stars also complained about it. Specifically, the Procter & Gamble rate should already be accounted for not using a distribution system. The Procter & Gamble water contract with the city of Oxnard had a life. The contract ended. Procter & Gamble had an opportunity to do something. They did something, and then there has been an adjustment. Can you explain some of that for those people that are interested? I hope that there are enough people interested, because people put out poison that we're giving somebody a break, and we're not giving somebody a break.
Yeah, that's actually it's an interesting story. A lot of it predates staff that's here, but the research that we were able to uncover is that P&G had an agreement for a specific rate, and that agreement expired. And in 2019, a letter from the city attorney's office was sent to P&G and put them into an existing commercial rate. So they had a prior rate through an agreement, and that, I believe, the public speaker was referencing that 2017's cost of service analysis that identifies the fact that P&G doesn't use the city's distribution system, but the 2017 rate study actually doesn't produce a separate P&G rate. It just says they don't use the distribution system because at the time that rate study was done, they were still under the agreement. They were paying the agreement rate. In 2019, the city attorney's office sent a letter that said, P&G, your agreement has expired, so therefore we're going to put you in a commercial rate that was closest to their the way they take service. So when we're comparing the proposed rate for P&G today, 2023, it is being compared to a commercial rate that they got put into in 2019. And that commercial rate was the same commercial rate that we use for all commercial customers, and it wasn't specific to P&G. So that's why when you take a look at 2019 P&G's rate, it goes down for 2023 because we're now accounting for the fact it doesn't go through the distribution system. So there was a piece missing in the public speaker's information, and that was that 2019 letter that put P&G into a commercial rate.
There's been a somewhat of a perception, I believe, by even my neighbors. Certain people's rates structures are subsidizing other people's rate structures. Is there any validity to that?
The easy answer is no, but I think Steve Gannon from Raftellus actually does a really good job. He did a nice job 2 weeks ago and really did a great job during the study session about discussing that. And he's actually on, he couldn't attend today in person, but he's on. I would ask that if he can provide answers to that based on his presentation he gave during the rate study.
So he's on.
Okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, council. I assume you can hear me. And yeah, so the quick answer is that we set rates, I think I mentioned this last time, we set rates using guidance from the American Water Works Association, which puts out a manual called the M1 manual that is the principles of water rates, fees, and charges. And in there, they put forth some guidance about how to set rates. And it basically revolves around the fact that different customers use water in different ways. And it's called peaking. We talked about this a while back, but different customers have, let's call it surges of water use during the summer to irrigate their lawns, and so like your residential customers will have surges during the summer, but your commercial customers won't have surges during the summer. They have more of a consistent use throughout the year. And so the rates reflect how each customer class peaks. And that's the only difference in the rates that you see in front of you. So basically everybody pays the same rate with the exception of how they peak. So I would submit to you that if somebody claims there's some subsidization going on, they're gonna have to be a little more specific because everybody pays the same rate with the exception of this peaking component of the overall rate. That's what differentiates each customer's rate. And that comes right out of the M1 manual from the American Water Works Association.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for
Good explanation.
tuning in. I appreciate that. One of the other questions came about drought rates in Prop 218. The drought rates not compliant with Prop 218. What was our city attorney or Public Works? What do we feel about that?
Actually, I also have Steve Gann. He was able to cover that last time. I think he was able to give a good information of how that is analyzed in the cost of service.
Yeah, and so same as what I said last time, your costs during a drought are the same or if they change, they're lower than during a non-drought. Okay, so your costs remain the same. The only reason a drought rate is enacted or changes is because the denominator of the rate calculation changes, right? Remember, a rate is nothing more than a cost divided by an estimated water flow from your customers. So during a drought, you ask your customers, can you please cut back? Can you cut back by 10%, maybe 20%, maybe 30%? So when you do the rate, when you do that same rate calculation, your costs stay the same, but your denominator is going down, which means what? When your denominator goes down, your rate goes up. So during a drought, in order to recover the same amount of costs, you have to increase your rate. And that's exactly what a drought rate does. It simply recalibrates the denominator of the rate calculation. Your costs essentially, for speaking purposes, stay the same. If they change, they go down a little bit because you buy less water during a drought. So if your non-drought rates are 218 compliant, then I say your drought rates are 218 compliant because it's the same cost. It's only the denominator that changes.
And I would just emphasize that when we talk about in a drought that our costs stay the same, a lot of that's our fixed costs stay the same, right? And so as Steve mentioned, potentially our costs change a little bit because we're buying less water, but our fixed costs stay the same. So I think that would be a clarification.
And your fixed costs include the people that make sure that the water is available if somebody wants to turn the faucet on.
Yes, sir.
If there's a fire and the fire trucks need to use the water. If all of a sudden, somebody decides to cook and they need the water. There has to be the ability for the residents at those sites where we supply to turn the faucet on and get the water. We can't just send people home for a week because we're in a drought. You have to provide the water at the site to the best of our ability. And those costs don't go away.
Well, the water's there all the time.
Correct, that's correct. Right, I mean, we have to when somebody goes on vacation for a month, but comes back on day 31, they expect the water to be there. It has to be there, right? We can't take a month's vacation with them, so.
That's right. Thank you very much, and I thank the consultant. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think we have Councilor Turan, one more question.
Was that one question? Okay. Let me pick a good one then.
A question.
All right. Thank you for all the information. Thank you to Councilor Perello. I had a list of questions and he touched on a number of them. Just looking at specifically the speaker who reiterated some of the items that he had brought up last time and some of the questions. I appreciate the willingness of staff to revisit that, and Councilor Perello again for bringing them up. And just at its core, for the Procter & Gamble, for example, the way I see it is if Mr. Partello worked out some deal with one of the water suppliers to have a pipe go directly to his home and he didn't use Oxnard's distribution system, it wouldn't be fair to charge him the same as the other ratepayers because he is not utilizing that infrastructure, and essentially he would be subsidizing other ratepayers by paying more than he should be. And so I appreciate the explanation on that. It helped me understand exactly what was unique about Procter & Gamble and how it predates many of the staff here and why there was an agreement in place, et cetera. So thank you for explaining that. For the ASR wells and the assumption or the question about the residential ratepayers and commercial ratepayers subsidizing the users of recycled water, as Mr. Stein had mentioned, Mr. Portello had mentioned. Can we speak specifically about the ASR or the Great Water Program and the perception that there's subsidies happening there? I know Steve explained it pretty well right now, but just so we look at that specifically.
The way I would address this is, we've talked about it before, the agricultural users that get the recycled water actually are under an agreement, and they pay in sort of two fashions. They pay in cash, or they pay in cash and what's called recycled water pump back allocation. That's an agreement that was approved by council, and so we honor that agreement. And so we're getting funds for that recycled water, and we're also getting, depending on the tier, what level they're at, we're also getting recycled water pump back allocation, which actually has a value to it. We're working with the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency to unlock that access to that, but that's about 6,000 acre feet that are in the recycled water pump back allocation. And if you remember the calculation that we did in a couple staff reports, the different costs between pumping water versus import water could be about $900 an acre foot. So you start doing the math, 6,000 acre feet at about $900 an acre foot difference becomes quite a bit of millions of dollars there. So there is value associated with the water that gets quote unquote sold to the agricultural users. And as we mentioned before, our aquifer storage and recovery pilot well is drilled. The contractor has been actively working on that project. Unfortunately, with the way that we have to the way things are being manufactured today in terms of pumps and controllers, it's just taking a long time to finish that project. But once that project is finished from a construction standpoint, we'll move into the permitting phase, or the second part of the permitting phase, since we have preliminary information already, and hopes to have that online as soon as possible.
Thank you. And for folks who have heard or have this perception as well that no wells have been drilled or that work is not happening, I invite you to go down 5th Street by Campus Park any day, and you can see the site there. I pass by it almost daily. And then just regarding the statement from folks who were here last time, their kind of summary of the item last time, alleging that the video was a scare tactic or that it was meant to force the public or the council to make this decision. Saying that video, which I thought was very well done, I appreciate it being showed because I think it added great context, but saying that video or what happens in Flint, Michigan, or as you mentioned with mutual water here in our region, saying that that's not related or that they don't apply, well, I think that those are great examples of underinvestment or generational deferral of investment on the part of water and infrastructure in those areas, and how that has a detriment to the people who relied on that water for delivery and for service, and to have that basic need that people have for water. And again, this is often, as we can see across the country, unfortunately happening inequitably, especially among low socioeconomic status communities and communities of color. And all residents of Oxnard deserve to have clean, safe, reliable drinking water. And I believe Mr. Partello has shared publicly that he's done missionary work in developing countries. I would imagine that he's seen countries that do not have infrastructure for safe, reliable drinking water, and knows how people struggle to get that basic need every single day. And we here in the city of Oxnard, in the United States of America, we have the privilege of having it. And we owe it to our residents in Oxnard to ensure that it is safe and it's sustainable. So lastly, I said it last time, I'll say it again, for folks who are watching now or in the future who are having challenges paying their utility bills, I encourage you to apply for the utility assistance program that the city has and other outside agencies have that support people who need that. And those are folks who just have lower incomes or are on fixed incomes or are disabled or whatever the case happens to be. So please know that those are available to folks. And those are my questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And one more.
One last thing. The city attorney, this was done according to Hoyle on a 218. And they needed 21,929 protests, 21,929. And we only received 1,432.
1,400, yeah.
And so everything that's been done and increasing the rates is according to the law in the state of California.
218.
Correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so Michael and staff, thank you so much for excellent work. And Mr. City Manager and so forth. Yes, ma'am?
I will move the recommended action.
Okay, moved by Councilman
Second.
Masua, second by
Madrigal.
Madrigal. Please vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, thank you. So we are adjourned. Thank you so much. You better run, you better run.